Hey, what's up? What's up? Let me make sure that the mic is on.
Hello.
Okay, it's all good. How you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Yeah, let me address some FBA talking points. Now, understand, I am by law, by census, I am Black American, or what they would categorize as African American. Although, although I acknowledge that some of my ancestors may have been taken from the coast of West Africa. Um, and it's definitely in my DNA. I'm definitely matched up, as I have shown you guys. My DNA matches me up by 95%. I am matched up with the current populations of sub-Saharan Africa, as you can see here. These are my DNA results that matches me up with sub-Saharan Africa, and that's 95%. This is from Ancestry.com. So that puts me at 95%. Yeah, and I've showed, like, this is my mom's side of the family. Yeah. However, Tariq Nasheed would categorize me as being FBA, although I'm not going to go under this category or this acronym that has been hashtag and concocted by Tariq Nasheed, your father, your leader. Yes, leader. It's not my father. He's not my leader. All right. However, he would put me in that category of foundational Black American. All right. But my parents, despite what my DNA test results show here, and matching me up with current population. Of course, they're going by current population. All right. This is not giving us information. Ancient DNA. What was the ancient DNA of these areas? All right, that probably would show something different. However, with matching me up with the current DNA of the populations within the African continent, I am definitely more matched up with, as you can see here, 95%, in fact, going by the knees. So again, don't let the complexion fool you. All right, this is my mom's side of the family. I don't really feel like pulling up with my dad's side, but I've shown you that before. However, I was born in Chicago, Illinois, in the early to mid 70s. And my mama, on my mama's side, my mama was born in Mississippi. My mama's side from Mississippi, my daddy's side from Alabama, and both sides were part of the Great Migration, more so after World War II. My mama and daddy being born in the late 40s, okay, early baby boomers. So they were part of, their families were part of the Great Migration of our people, quote unquote, Black people, after World War II. And understand that I was born at a time when now we were considered Black. I do believe also by census. Let me see. Maybe I should look at my birth certificate. See if they put let me see. I don't know if I got a copy of my birth certificate. That'd be interesting to see if they put Negro or if they put Black American, what they put exactly. I can't remember. How you doing, Mr. K? Miss Cardio Queen? Yes. But Yeah, I do believe. That's interesting. I need to. I haven't considered that to look at my birth certificate. I got it in there, but I'm wondering. Hmm. I wish I would have thought of that before doing this stream. Did they put Black American? Did they put? I know they didn't put African American as of yet. I don't believe they put that, but I do believe that me being born in the early to mid '70s, I'm going to. I believe I'm trying to go by what I can recall. Let me see. Let me see. Do I got it saved somewhere on Of course, I be foolish for me to save birth certificate. Let me see something. I got somebody's birth certificate here. Let me see. Whose birth certificate is this? Oh, no, this is my grandchild's that I have here. Let me see what they have put here. If they even put race. Okay, it's my grandchild. Of course, she was born after 2010. Let me see. Did they even put race? Okay. Born in Chicago. Huh. On this, they did not put race. I don't see race anywhere. They got sex. It's in female, of course. Hmm. But they don't have. That's interesting. Okay, I do have my grandchild's birth certificate uh, copied to my computer. Okay, I guess she's the only one that. Yeah, I wish I would have considered that before coming in here. Uh, no, actually, not really. Not really. Not really. Yeah, like you said, prior to '88, and I was in high school in '88, so I can't say that I. Okay, and you asked me, she prior to 1988, do you remember hearing the term Afro American being informally used within the Black community growing up? Not really, not really. No, to be honest, no. It was more so in the '90s that you begin to hear more, Afro American. Also, there was the influence of conscious hip hop around the late '80s, going that also, we had the film in the early '90s, Malcolm X, and uh, there was a newfound interest with my generation, Generation X, had a newfound interest in comedic studies and Afrocentrism. We go through these waves. like every other decade, it seemed, just like how there was, I'm sure, like in the late '60s and early '70s. We kind of went through that wave again in the late '80s and early, to mid '90s. We kind of went through that wave again. It's sad when things are just seen as trendy, but yeah, there was this a new wave of Afrocentrism, if you will, and I think that also had an influence on yeah, us beginning to refer to ourselves as African Americans. So it wasn't just, despite what was proposed even more so by Jesse Jackson, it still was not really kind of accepted as part of our lexicon and referring to ourselves as African American. Now, when I was a kid, we were Black American, and when I was a kid, and when I heard Negro, that seemed so outdated. You know what I'm saying? We were Black. We were just basically Black when I was a kid. Yeah, yeah. Now I can't really speak. Now my memories. I started school in the late '70s, but my memory don't. It goes back to maybe like 1977. My memories, that is, for sure, go back to like 1977. But I can't really say how, like earlier. I can just go by what I have learned, and I do know that, like around the late '60s, the latter '60s into the early to mid '70s, there was a wave of Black pride and Afrocentrism and stuff, especially after like 1968, especially around that time. Um, yeah, but I do believe that for the most part, Black people were still, by census, I definitely believe we're still considered Negro. Okay, and I believe before that, colored and Negro, or both. Yeah, yeah. Now my mother was born, when she was born, it was definitely Negro. My mama from the 1940s, late 1940s, after World War II. She was definitely Negro. Yeah. But me, for the most, yeah, I was born in a time when we were definitely, and this was something more so embraced by now, Black. Now, although I do believe that we, all the descendants of Yasharel, whether you're in the United States, whether you're in the UK, whether you're in the West Indies or wherever you are, or even India, I do believe all the descendants of those who I believe are the descendants of Yasharel, the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I definitely believe that we should be referring to ourselves as Yasharel. However, in being realistic in regards to the in consideration of the law of the land, and still being in the land of our captivities. I know a lot of y'all foundational Black Americans want to, consider this as, your original homeland or whatever. But in consideration of the law of the land, and we must still consider the law of the land, in consideration of that, we would still be referred to as Black, all right, by census. We would be referred to as Black or even African American, but definitely referred to as Black, all right. So I'm going to be in this video, despite what I believe that we should be referring to ourselves as and representing Yah, as Yasharel, and I know many of y'all may not agree with me on that, but hopefully I'll go more into why I believe that no, and that we are descendants of Yasharel. Yeah. So hopefully you hang in here with me. Y'all will, and I get around to it, more so around to it. But I have shared some evidence to back up and information to back up what it is that I believe. But as for now, we're going to be talking in black and white, all right? But I did explain why I do believe that we should no longer be referring to ourselves or even being referred to as Black. But in consideration of the census, and understand this is not about no shame. This ain't about rejecting melanin. This ain't about this is something a little more spiritual with myself. Okay, with others it may just be a thing of pride or whatever. This is something a little more me having a more better spiritual understanding. Do you understand what I'm saying? Of the power of labels and what we call ourselves and what we choose to be called. All right, me having a better understanding of that, and it's also about me putting some of the pride that I have aside. But in the meantime, right now, I'm going to refer to going by, census and how we are considered and how we are referred to and how the masses of our people refer to each other. All right. Yeah. Now I am what Tariq Nasheed and his crew would refer to as foundational Black American. Right. Okay, being that I don't have any direct, despite what it shows on my DNA test results, I don't have any direct connection with anything outside of the United States. All right, my family being from the South, me being born in Chicago and living all of my life, and I haven't even traveled outside of this country. All right, I haven't even though I've been in the South, like in Florida and stuff, I have never even been with my family in Mississippi. All right, when my family would go down south, you know, I never went with them. I never went with them. How you doing, Azure TV? Hey, how you doing, sir? Yeah. So, because I can't even say that I'm really connected with the South like that. I visited family in Florida and stuff, but I can't. I never even went with my family when they would take the look, and it usually be by vehicle, and they would take that long drive, even though it's kind of a direct connection from. It's a straight line kind of from Chicago to Mississippi. I never went with them. I never went with them. I don't know. I just never. But I have driven. I have took a Greyhound probably in Florida. I know, shame on me. So I can't even say that I'm all that connected with my family in the South like that, to be honest. I know, shame on me, shame on me. But yeah. So I am Black American. All right. I am Black American. That's where my direct connections are, more direct connections are. Yeah. But okay, what I want to address, because you have those who are they'll hear a Black person refer to themselves as Jamaican, for instance, although they, let's say, even if they were born in the United States, and yeah, they may even have a, you know, a more a Black American accent. Yes, I say Black American accent. All right. Yeah, but they may refer to themselves as Jamaican. And I know because on the north side of Chicago, you have a lot of Black people who are, and understand, I'm going to be talking in black and white, although I understand no one's literally Black and no one is literally white by color. I know there were more than that, but than just a crayon color. But I'm going to be talking in black and white again. All right. So, so we can relate to each other. Yeah, but you do have people like in Chicago, particularly on the north side, uh, especially on the north side. I'll just put it that way. You do have a lot of the Black people, not all of them, but a lot of them. You have a lot of Black people who they they like, okay, my brothers met their original wives. Now my oldest brother, he's only been married to one woman. It's been definitely like nearly 30 years now. And my other brother, although he's been married before, but his first wife was a Black woman, not mixed with anything. Okay. You can see it, you know. I would show a picture, showing his children picture. Yeah, but she was a Belize, but definitely Black, not mixed with anything. But she was of Belize, my one brother's first wife. And my oldest brother, he's been married to the same woman, my dear sister-in-law. His one and only wife, of his mother of his four children, her father's from Jamaica. And the reason, it's not that my brothers were oh, okay, I'm purposely choosing women who are what Tariq Nasheed referred to as his slanderously referred to as a talent. No, absolutely not. It was not. My brother no passport bros. It just happened to be on the north side of Chicago. There are a lot, and especially in the area, more specifically where we were living, like areas like Edgewater, Rogers Park, Eastmore. I'm thinking more East Rogers Park. There are a lot of Black people. You wouldn't even know until they tell you that, let's say, their parents were from Jamaica or their grandparents. Or, you understand what I'm saying? You wouldn't even know this until you like met their family. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it just happened to be. And like I said, I was before coming back to the South Side not that long ago. I came back to the South Side around 2018. But before that, like when I was doing my videos, I was on the North Side. And yeah, like my daughter, before 2000, two men that she was talking to, one just happened to be Nigerian, and one, I thought they were going to get married, he was from Senegal. Is it that she was purposely choosing African men? And you know that's just there are a lot of them up there. You know what I'm saying? And perhaps they were the ones, more likely to step to my daughter. Maybe, hey, I'm not trying to put down Black American men, but maybe they would just. I know it was not a thing necessarily, although because in fact my daughter, it was a little more attached to West Indian coach, considering this family, this Jamaican and this Haitian family from the Kingdom Hall we went to up there in Evanston. Yeah, um, she did get attached to, so it would have been more likely that my daughter would have been with like a Jamaican or a Haitian, but no, and it just happened to be like before meeting my husband, there was a Jamaican man. He actually even proposed to me, but I didn't go through it. Yeah, yeah, that I was dating. Okay, it just happened to be. It was not a thing of, oh, I'm purposely choosing. But yeah, there are some people, some Black Americans, especially if they're not used to being around Black people of another ethnicity, they may take offense when they hear, let's say, someone who is Jamaican or Haitian, and they say, they're quick to say, I'm Jamaican, even if they were born here. Now, I do know this one guy in school when I went back to college, and he was talking almost, yeah, like we're separate. He was talking more on that tip. But I'm gonna tell you this. Now, although I have heard people of Dominican Republic talk, I can't say I've really had encounters with people of Dominican. That's surprising. Even on the north side of Chicago, I can't say I've encountered like Dominican people like that. But I do remember one on like what was it, People's Court or something. And it was this guy, and I'm looking at him, and he looked like any Black guy that that you could find in my family. And I remember he was like talking, like, yeah, you see, I'm not prejudiced. This was like on People's Court or something. It was one of the people outside interview. He's like, I'm not prejudiced. My girlfriend, she's black, and I'm Dominican. Yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, you black too. That was now the way he was talking, like almost like he was a different race. That was kind of odd. Now I can't say that I've exactly the way that they're trying to make this claim with people who are like Jamaican or Haitian. Now I have never heard. I'm sorry, I've never heard a Jamaican or even a Haitian deny. One time, close with this guy who was in school with Haitian, but he was only one example. But for the most part, I've never, and definitely not with Jamaicans, I've never heard them say, I'm not black. I've never, the way that they're trying to exaggerate up in here, I have never quite heard that. Okay. I've never heard that. All right. Um, yeah. I've never heard them say, I'm not black like that. But, and I have been around Jamaicans. All right. I have definitely been around Jamaicans from going back. My first real experience, this was actually the south side of Chicago. And there was just Jamaican family. And I remember going and they were, yeah. And I remember they were really traditionally, although they were now living in Chicago on the south side. Yeah. And they would be holding these block club parties. They would be DJing, although they'd be playing Black American music of the late 70s. They would be DJing. And that's what was interesting when I learned about that's what made it interesting. And when I learned about, when you consider Kool Herc, because I think something similar was happening in Chicago. Because I did notice it would be this Jamaican family that lived kind of across the street from us. We were in the New City area that's near Inglewood in Chicago. New City, I think it's like a little north of Inglewood. We were in that area, 52nd and Peoria. Okay. And you say, I'm giving you the streets and everything. Southside Chicago. There was this valley, this Jamaican valley. In case somebody listening and they remember and they were there. Yeah. And they would be holding the Black Club party. That's what they would be DJing. Yes, it would be Black American music mostly that they would be playing. But yeah. So that's why I was saying with this whole thing, the culture of DJing and stuff, there has to be a connection. That can't be no coincidence. There has to be some sort of connection with the art of DJing and I've talked about this. Yeah. Yeah. So there has to be a connection with hip hop DJing, the art of DJing, but I've also talked about this in my hip hop series. But yeah, and I remember going into I was like oh goodness. I was like 5, 6 years. I remember because I had a friend and going in their home and the way they ate it, and it was different. That was my first time. And this was a concentration of Black people. I understand I've never been around any other cultures at that before then. But that was my first time experiencing a culture, a household, a setting, a way of eating that was different than what I was used to. Do you understand? But they were still Black though. But and this was a very, very like traditional family. Oh gosh, these are my really early memories. Like I was like 5 or 6 years old. But anyways, yeah, I was like 5 years old. But anyways, but then I really got to see more of it when my family initially in the early 80s moved like more so to the north side. And I ain't talking near north. I ain't talking Cabrini Green. I'm talking north side because they don't even consider Cabrini Green north side, although technically it is. But yeah. Anyways. So I do have some experience around Black people who are, and I also let a female actually, of direct, born in Nigeria, stay with me who was homeless. That was a very interesting experience as I spoke of. But anyways, I can't say that I've ever heard Jamaicans like, oh, I'm not Black. You know, um, although they will stress that they are Jamaican, that does not necessarily mean that they're saying they're not Black. Now, why is it so? Why do we get offended by that? Why is it that some of us are taking offense to that? Okay. Yeah. Uh, what you say? You are. Oh, okay. I'm kind of peeking the conversation in the chat room, but yeah. Yeah. So why are we offended. Okay, are they necessarily saying that they are not black and stressing that they are Jamaican and or Haitian? Are they necessarily saying that they are not quote unquote, or let's say of the black race as we know the black race to represent? No, I do not believe that. What I believe is that they are stressing that they are of they are black, but they are of another ethnicity. That's or they are not of the Black American ethnicity. And what do I mean by that? Okay, because I do believe, like in the United States, we may just refer to ourselves as black. And maybe to be more specific, to go along with nationality, Black American. All right. I already know about the founders. I'm not going to tag myself something that Tariq Nasheed has popularized because we have to be careful of what we want to link ourselves to. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Like Haven Bullets, aka Haven Bernardez, he just exposed that Tariq Nasheed, who claimed that this wasn't a movement, but he got him on audio saying this is a movement. The delineation movement. So this is a movement and it is a part of an agenda. And I don't think that this has anything to do with this pursuit of reparations. All right? So yeah. But let's first, let me do a screen share. So let's define some things. Okay, but understand, definitions, they change over time when convenient for the powers that be. But this is how, let's go into how they currently will define race today. All right, but understand it was not defined the same, not even 100 years ago. All right, they change things when convenient. But today, supposedly, let's say, what is race? Going by this Merriam-Webster dictionary, merriam-webster.com site. All right, race. All right, and we're not talking about race size and running, but even though we can make the comparison, being on the track, so I'm having a head start. But anyways, okay, race. Now let me see. They got it here as a noun. Any one of the groups, and noun is the name of a person, place, or thing. All right. Now, a definition, the first definition giving, any one of the groups that humans are often divided into based on physical traits regarding as common people of shared ancestry. All right. Again, any one of the groups that humans are often divided into based on physical traits, like your complexion, your skin color, sharing similar, a certain range within complexion, like from, let's say, beige to dark brown, the lips, not just, the thickness, the shape of the lips, the protrusion of the lips, facial, the teeth, facial, your teeth, your dental, your facial prognathysm, yeah, these are the things they look at. Of course, hair texture, usually, what is considered the black or Negro hair texture is usually ranging from like 3C to 4C, mostly in the fours. Not just, actually, I think there are more Black Americans with 4B hair, but we're quick to say 4C. But okay, yeah, and nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, I just noticed that they're limiting. Oh, it's all 4C, and if it's 4A, and yet I got my husband and my daughter, although they are not related biologic, other than by race, they both have 4A texture hair. Or actually, my husband's hair actually the curls may be looser. So what's the likeliness of that? What is the likeliness of that? All right, since it's so rare, as y'all claim. Not to mention the people in my family. But yeah, on my mom's side, that is. All right. Yeah. So again, any one of the groups that humans are often divided into based on physical traits regarded as common people of shared ancestry. Okay. All right. Okay. First, the 2020 U.S. Census question about race is based on how you identify. Second, the race categories generally reflect social definitions in the U.S. and are, or like ethnicity, and are not an attempt to define race biologically, anthropologically, or genetically. We recognize that the race categories include racial and national origins and sociocultural groups. Interesting. United States Bureau, that's from 2020. Okay. Also, the fact of dividing people or of people being divided into such groups, categorization by race. All right. And they're saying that this is dated, like this is outdated. A group of people sharing a common cultural, geographical, linguistic, or religious origin or background. Okay. But I think this has more to do with ethnicity and archaic or really old, the descendants of a common ancestor, a group sharing a common lineage. No, I'm going to tell you, race, the concept of race is relatively recent, all right? Comparatively recent, all right? I don't even believe it's not even 300 years old. Do you understand? All right, the concept of race. Okay, and I'm going to tell you this, despite what they say here, race was based purely on a phenotype and the physical and cranial indices. They were not really given lineage into consideration once upon a time. I'm talking about when they concocted. Now, slavery, like when we talk about slavery, going back to, let's go back to the Middle Passage. Okay, yes, I know about the Islamic slave trade, but even with the Islamic slave trade, it was not originally about race. No, it wasn't. Lineage had something to do with it, but not necessarily race. Okay, that's why when we talk about blacks selling out other black people to were they selling out their own people? I think this is don't get me wrong. You had sellouts within our own people. Were they selling out the people of their own lineage? They may have been categorized later. They would have been put in the same racial category, but they did not represent what we define as the same, being of the same race. I mean, being of the same lineage necessarily. So this kind of this is what we got to get. Who was it that really sold us into slavery? But I don't want to go all into that. Or had something to do with us being sold into slavery. And was that about a people or just certain people who were in power? Or was that about that people as a whole? Or was it about just certain people who were in power? And we had sellouts within our own lineage. But initially, and did you know that Negro, that just referred to those who were of Iberia, the Negro. Did you know that? Some being sent to the shores of West Africa. Then eventually, later, they turned Negro into a noun or just a racial, categorization. And I may show you some of what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. So it goes further. So you have an idea of race, but understand initially, when they came up with racial categorization, they were looking at skull shape, cranial indices, skull shape and size, and phenotype. And they categorized as Blumenbach, the OG, one of the OGs, along with Christoph Meiners and Johann Blumenbach, which I may show a little later what I'm talking about. They were not necessarily just considering where you came from, okay, or who your granddaddy was. They were looking at the surface and the skull, the surface and the skull. That's mainly what they were looking at. Do you understand? And that was something that they put more consideration into after. This was after the Middle Passage had began. Do you understand? In fact, like over 100 years after the Middle Passage, the transatlantic slave trade began. Did you know that? The concept of race. All right. So understand that race was more so based on ethnicity. Whether you were Jamaican, whether you were Yeah, okay. Like I what I put as a thumbnail. Let me show you. Okay. Oh wait, let me add this for the thumbnail. Where's the thumbnail? I just together. Okay. Give me a second. Just uploading it on a StreamYard. Okay. What race would these women be put under? You got Jennifer Hudson over here on the left, both wearing their hair and the Afro style, whether or not it's wigs or whatever, but I'm sure that the hair is similar to their natural texture. You got Jennifer Hudson here, who would be considered today Black American, African American by census or whatever. But she is, she is Black American. I believe her family, she's from Chicago, like my family, and I'm going to assume that her family, now she was from the south side of Chicago, but I'm assuming her family, like my family, her grandparents may have came from the south. I'm going to assume. All right, I don't know, I could be wrong, but for far as we know, she's Black American, or what Tariq Nasheed would refer to as FBA, or what Yvette Carnell would refer to as ADOS. Right. And then you have over on the right, you got Amar La Negra. She was born in the United States, just like Jennifer Hudson, as I believe. She was born in Florida, however, United States. However, her parents, both Black, both predominantly Black. There may be admixture, just as there's admixture with Jennifer Hudson, except for Amar La Negra's admixture may be more, there may be a little more native, whereas Jennifer Hudson, perhaps if there's admixture, it would be more than likely Caucasian, but they're still predominantly Black. Okay, they still, just like all these celebrities you see here, you see it showing the DNA percentage matchup with sub-Saharan African. Okay, and these are various Black people. All right, and you see there are various shades. Understand, I'm at a higher percentage than all of them. Yes, including Whoopi Goldberg. All right, you see various nose shapes, and you understand. You don't see the people with the widest noses at the top here. In fact, you got Wanda Sykes down here, who probably got a wider nose than everybody on here. If she's only matched up, her DNA test showed her to be 59% matched up. Which, if you are to totally solely go by what they're matching up with current populations, even though they're not telling you, like, okay, you may have, let's say, 15% 15% matchup, let's say, with Portugal, but they're going to match you up with current populations, and you're going to think Portugal, and you're just going to automatically think white or Caucasian, but they're not going to really, they're not going to have you consider that some of those Portuguese even today have Moorish ancestry. Black, what definitely would be by race considered Black ancestry. That's not going to be considered. So we're just going to look at Europe and automatically think white, even though you can be matched up with African. But if it's North African, they want you to think of, oh, it might be Caucasian, right? Be nice to Jennifer Hudson. Oh yeah, I was meaning to respond what you were saying on Patti LaBelle. I get what you said on Patti LaBelle, but I'm not going to deny that either one of these, because I've kind of said the same with Patti, but both of these sisters can sing. I'm not even gonna front like that. It's just not, well, especially in the case of Jennifer Hudson. It's just not for me. I prefer rhythm over range, and you know that's just me. But yeah, Anyways, these sisters, and I'm sure Amala Nega. All right, I've seen both her parents. All right, this woman is predominantly just like any other Black American. She is, just her non quote unquote Black admixture just may be more native, whereas Same Nicki Minaj, it may be more native leaning, whereas the Black American non black admixture may be more Caucasian leaning. But they're probably at this pretty much the same percentage when it comes to the black DNA. All right. But yeah. However, okay, both would be categorized, racially categorized as black or negro. All right. Or even Afrocoid. And understand what's meant by that. All right. However, by ethnicity, they both represent two different ethnicities. Although both were born in the United States, they still represent two different cultures. Now, what is ethnicity? What is ethnicity? They both represent two different cultures. One would just be seen in America as just black or by nationality black American, or the other would be seen as black Latino or Afro Latina. One would be considered by census Afro American, the other would be considered Afro Latina. Yeah, she claims her blackness. I know what you say. I know exactly what you said with Patty LaBelle. I know exactly what you said. Marlon, even though there's other these exoticals and stuff, they're trying to tell you how to claim your, just because they got issues. Marla Negra, there, I look at that one picture. She looks so. There are things about her look so similar to my late mama, facial wise, especially when she's just a still face. Her face, I wish I had more pictures of my mom, but my mom actually had smaller features than Marla Negra, but they look very similar. My late mom. My mom didn't have the same body, but yeah, they looked very similar. But my mom had, my mom wasn't, my mom was actually more of a dark cinnamon complexion. But yeah, but going in, okay, so there's race, and then there's ethnicity. Now, how is ethnicity more defined? It's not exactly the same. Of course, they're in the same, like, yeah. Now, ethnicity, let me see, do they, I don't, it's not it's not a noun exactly. um yeah, like they saying concept here. Now, ethnicity described at Britannica.com. Ethnicity, a complex concept that refers to a person's identification with a specific group of people based on one or more shared traits, which may include ancestry, culture, language, religion, customs, and nationality. Okay, the term derives from the Greek word ethnos, which usually refers to a nation, caste, tribe, or people. Interesting, they put caste in here. Ethnicity is shaped by a variety of historical, political, social, and cultural factors through interactions between individuals and groups. On an individual level, ethnicity refers to a person's affiliation with or affinity for a group and to the reciprocated acknowledgement of shared origins between the individual and the group. In a broader sense, ethnicity also refers to the interactions between groups, leading to the overall framing of the discourses of modern nation states. Now, yes, Armala Negra, she was born in the United States as Jennifer Hudson was born in the United States. But being that their parents were of a different nationality, I do believe that Amarla Negra's parents are more directly from the Dominican Republic, West Indies, outside of the United States. Okay, although it is a part of the Americas. And whereas Jennifer Hudson's family, I'm assuming they are, I'm assuming that her parents just from Chicago, and perhaps her grandparents, like my grandparents or her great grandparents, they were born in the South, more than likely, probably like mine. Although she represents South Side, so her family might have been planted in Chicago, or her family roots may have been planted in Chicago further back than my family. For all I know, her family might represent the second migration, or the first migration, being that she's on the south side. But then again, if I were to guess, I'm gonna think that her family, just like mine, came after World War II. That's what I'm going to assume, considering how she talked and everything. Just like Bernie Mac, although he was from the south side, you would assume that Bernie Mac was from the west side because he sound more connected. But I'm going to assume that Bernie Mac's family definitely that second wave after World War II from from the South. That's what I'm going to assume. But yeah, and why are they? Yeah, they are of the same quote unquote race, but they represent a different ethnicity. And the ethnicity has more to do with, of course, race. Of course, you got to have at least one parent of that race, or one grandparent or parent of that race. I'll just say parent of that race to be part of the ethnicity, because there are people, because we don't want to get it twisted. There may be somebody, a white person, who's trying to pull a Rachel Dolezal. Well, I was, or you think of that movie, The Jerk. The movie starts out, I was born a poor black child. If you remember the movie The Jerk from 1979, it was a comedy film with Steve Martin. He didn't realize, he was kind of stupid. Jerk had a little different meaning back then, like it kind of meant, before it meant a-hole. Just like a-hole had a different meaning. It was like stupid person. But the jerk, he was born, he didn't realize, his family, when he was an adult, told him that he was actually not black. With that, I guess he thought that he was a one dropped or something, or he was just a recessive traits. And his family had to tell him that they found him. When the movie, like what they say, you knew the movie's gonna be hilarious. It started off, I was born a poor black child. Like I said on I Love the 70s, you knew that the movie's gonna be crazy. Starting off like that. I was one of my mama's favorite comedies. She loved the comedies like from the 70s, like Blazing Saddles. Those very politically incorrect comedies. Hold on, I gotta find that. Opening. And his family, he's from the South. Hold on, y'all.
Sorry?
Oh yeah, I'm trying. I don't want to. It's the copyright issue.
Okay.
One of the funniest movies ever.
It was never easy for me. I was born a poor black child.
I gotta just, oh Lord. Yeah, he goes into how he was born a poor black child in Mississippi, I believe.
Sitting on the porch with my family, singing and dancing down in Mississippi.
Who doesn't love I was born a poor black child? But yeah, if you ever, they might have the full movie on YouTube for those of you haven't never seen it. But no. In this case, yes, because some people, they may have had that experience. I remember I said I let this one, and this was over 20 years ago. Gay white dude stay with me. Well, he was like, he grew up in mostly, because he was in like foster homes under black women. So he really thought he was he thought he was a poor black child or whatever. But Steve Martin fool. And you remember that part where he became rich and they were talking about black people around him and talking about, we gonna keep out the niggas. He wasn't catching on. They were saying all these little cold words, these little slang terms like eggplant and all that. We're gonna keep out the eggplant, this and that. Then they just had to tell him, look, we got talking about the niggas. Then he started whooping their ass, talking about You are talking to a nigga. You start. Wait, hold on. See, I'm getting all off track. Right, this movie. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry with Nathan. I'm sorry. Yeah, they wasn't. Yeah, after he became rich.
I'm out.
The what?
The niggas, we'll keep them out.
Wait, let me speed it up a little bit, just in case.
Hey, sir, you are talking to a nigger.
I know y'all don't want to hear that now. No white man said the N-word. I don't mean to offend y'all, but back then comedy was a little politically incorrect back then, So yeah, but comedy back then, especially when we talking 70s, with the TV shows or the Sanford and Son and All of the Family and the movies Blazing Saddles. Ain't no way you can get away with stuff like this today, but very politically yeah, that's him. That's later Steve Martin. This is Steve Martin I knew as a kid. Right. I always wonder what the heck is the color of his hair. His hair has been gray, just like Donahue. What is the original color of their hair? It's always been gray. I've never understood that. Their hair has always been gray. But yeah, I remember there was that phase where Steve Martin got serious. What was this, like late 80s or into the 90s? He got so serious. Just like I remember when John Cusack was doing movies like Better Off Dead. And I remember when Tom Hanks was in Bachelor Party. But then there was that point where they wanted to be taken seriously as actors. And then you end up seeing Steve Martin bringing down the house. And I guess it was back to, when he went through that phase. But anyways, I'm sorry. Yeah, these are when this was 1979, when you still had these politically incorrect films, leading up to definitely in the into the early 80s. They gotta, after Trading Places in 48 Hours, they gotta stop with that. And that's when stuff got more politically, but then it kind of came back for a minute by the 90s. Yeah, it kind of for a minute though, we go through these little waves. Yeah, that's what I'd have to assume. Like, maybe I should look up childhood pictures. But anyways, the point I was making that, okay, no. Steve Martin is still white. Some can say, well, couldn't he say if he was born a poor black child in Mississippi, couldn't it be said that he is of the black ethnicity? This is what I was worried about. I really thought that there was something perhaps more behind that whole Rachel Dolezal thing, because around that same time, there was all this debating over trans identity. And I remember Stephen Darby's "We're in a Trance." I noticed they removed that now. They finally removed that late Pastor Stephen Darby's video. That was a really good video. Maybe I could find it. Maybe his widow, maybe she re-uploaded it somewhere. I think I might have shared it or downloaded it myself. I'm gonna check. That was a really good one. We're in a trance, because there's a lot of this Transformers, trans this, trans that, a lot of this trans stuff. Like, what the heck is going on? And I felt like maybe this is part of the agenda. Maybe they are trying to push the idea that if you were born feeling black, you can say that you're black. That's what I was wondering. Are they trying to? Why is this? Even with the Rachel Dolezal case making headlines, will people, since people are claiming that, gender is just something that is assigned by a doctor at birth. But if I feel like a woman, and I am a woman, despite what I was assigned at birth or whatever, despite what my genitals say or whatever. So I was thinking that people are going to be doing this when it comes to quote unquote race, especially in the pursuit of reparations. So I was thinking maybe they may be trying to do some stuff like this with, people saying, well, I was born in this culture, I was born, and so thus I am. But anyways, I do believe that you still need to have at least one black parent or maybe even grandparent. No, but I'll say parent. At least one black parent to be of the black ethnicity. All right. And see what differentiates ethnicity from race. Ethnicity is more about the culture. It's more about the culture in connection with your lineage. Um, uh, like it's more about the culture that has to do with in your culture. What forms a culture? Okay, let me look up what does culture mean. Okay, I think culture has more to do. Okay, a quick AI overview. Culture is a shared set of beliefs, and that is taken from Texas A&M University, by the way. Culture is the shared set of beliefs, values, customs, and behaviors that people in a group learn, pass down to new generations, and use to make sense of the word. All right. And key elements include language, symbols, and social norms. Okay. See, one thing, I think one of the things first and foremost, when I identify a culture, I'm looking at language. Now, of course, I know that whatever was the original language of our ancestors, of course, over time, of course, that's been kind of snatched from us, that's been hidden from us, that's been stolen from us. But yeah, so of course, in America, yeah, of course, that would just be English, but that is a result of. That's why I could not just. Why would I just limit myself from in my ancestry just from a time of slavery, enslavement? Because then I wouldn't even. That would, yeah, that takes me totally away from the original language languages that my people spoke. That totally cuts me off and says, okay, well, I am accepting of the European. I'm proud of it. I accept that all I know is English and that's it. And you know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, yeah, I think that's why. Okay, we could say that the Latinos, those who would be considered Latinos, we could say that they were the result of an ethnogenesis. What Tariq Nasheed refers to it as an ethnogenesis. But being that they have a shared language, but even in that, many of them do not know the native Taino or Mayan tongue. Or, you understand what I'm saying? And they are comfortable with, okay, we are Colombian. We will be named after Columbus. You know what I'm saying? We will be named after, like, for instance, a Colombia. They accept that we will be named after Columbus, the European. We will accept the language of the European. We will first, we will be more accepting, because really with the Latino, that's, we could say that that's more of a case, a perfect example of assimilation. But in all fairness, this is the culture that has also been, in a sense, forced on their people as well. But if they're okay with that, if they're okay with the complete ethnogenesis, if that's what you want to call it, if there is to be an ethnogenesis, I don't think that it should be under the whip or under the control of some other group of people, especially a group of people that have been oppressing our people, that have a history of oppressing our people. Since they are so considerate of their ancestors, right? Since we are supposedly so considerate of our ancestors. Okay, but anyways, we could say that the Latino, we do talk about, in the United States, we do talk about Latinos as if they represent a different race, although they are more so in ethnicity. But we do talk about, and I think the reason is because of the shared, first and foremost, the shared language. But we have to understand that I wouldn't say that the culture, it's more just about the language, because the Dominican culture is different than the Mexican culture, which is different from the Puerto Rican culture, which is different from the Cuban culture, which is different from the El Salvadorian, which is different from, you understand what I'm saying? But they do have that shared language. And some would say that, many have a similar phenotype, but not all, like we know in the case of our Marla Negra. But basically, yeah, they still just put them in the Latino, even if the culture is, whether the culture is influenced by Portugal, and they speak Portuguese, or the culture is more so influenced by Spain, and they speak Spanish. They put them in the category of I don't think they really give consideration to French like that in America as representing Latin, because then Haitians would be considered, even though French, as I've been told, it's considered one of the Latin, languages spawned from Latin. But if you notice in the United States, and keeping it real, a Haitian would not be considered a Latino. Let's just keep it real, okay? Despite their, the colonizers being French. And and another thing too, what about the Creoles, those who are of Creole descent? Now, I would definitely say that they have a culture that is somewhat distinct, even though people say, well, that's part of the American culture. And even now, I'm not even just talking Americas, but the United States. And they're saying that that's a part of the American people. There are people who, despite the French ancestry, they say Creole is, there are some people say Creole in America. I mean, in the United States, it's very American. It's very, very American. And it goes way, when you consider that, part of the United States, i.e. Louisiana, was under the French. But the thing is, dude, with those Creole, are they considered, in general, are they considered Latino? Like, could they mark off Latino on an application? Let me find an application, like an old application. Let me see if I can find, let me see. How would I don't know how to do this stuff. I'm still not familiar how to work with the chat GPT or whatever. Okay, I'm trying to find one of those applications. I remember we all have filled out, whether it's the census or whatever, whether it's a job application or whatever. And if you notice, they'll have, and I noticed this even before 2010. Now, once upon a time, you couldn't choose more than one racial categorization, but they would ask you, I remember they would, are you Black but not of Hispanic origin? Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, here's one of those. Here's an example of one of those. Okay, somebody shared like on Reddit. Here's an example of one of those. Give me a sec. Let me move this. I thought I was already doing the screen share. Okay. Are you of Hispanic or Latino? Okay. Oh, yeah. Like you would see this. I remember I would see this on applications going back to the 80s, even when I first, started working in the 80s. I mean, had my first job, late 80s, just it was at a Taco Bell. But I do remember you would see something like this. Please select your race, ethnicity. Now, as you see here, they got American Indian or Alaska Native, not Hispanic or Latino, United States of America. Okay, so they're noticing Native American, but not Latino, right? And they put American Indian and Alaskan together, like the Inuit people. They would group with someone who say, they would group the Inuit people, used to be referred to as Eskimo, even though that's outdated, like of Alaska, they would be put in the same racial category, like Mongoloid. They would put them in, well, Native and Amerindia. They put them in the same category as, let's say, if you were Cherokee. They would put them in the same, or what they see as a pure, or closer to indigenous Cherokee. So they're saying American Indian or Alaska Native, not Hispanic or Latino. See, they're thinking ethnicity when they think Hispanic or Latino, even though we know that they're Latinos. And notice they say Hispanic or Latino. Interesting. Yeah, they recognize that it's a different ethnicity. Do you understand? Although you may be a Latino who is predominantly Native, by what they consider Amerindian by racial categorization. Yeah, the red people, quote unquote, they called them once. Yeah, but they're saying not of Hispanic or Latino United States of America. Now they have Asian, not Hispanic or Latino United States of America. So why would they say, why would an Asian person, even though they have categorized Native Amerindians in the same, as Mongoloid as being part of, but why are they saying Asian specifically? And they're, because you have those who are Filipino. When you consider those who have colonized, who obtain control over the Filipino people of Spain, and they've even mixed in with a lot of the indigenous Filipino people. And many Filipino people speak Spanish because of the colonizers. Remember what I showed you here? The indigenous or the more original people, the more original or closer to the more indigenous original people, considering how far back we have photography, versus the people today, okay, who represents, a hybrid, or just straight white, like in the case, a lot of Australians today. But like what you see Australia, what you may have more likely was going to see, let's say back in the 19th century, versus what you see more likely today in Australia. Okay, Philippines, what you may have seen in the Philippines, let's say back in the 19th century, more so, like in the 1800s, versus what you're more likely to see today. And many of these people speak Spanish, Filipino people, considering the colonizers or those who took power. Polynesians, like when we think, oh yeah, there's somebody that is amongst the, that I know, and I got evidence, that's amongst the mixed light-skinned sectors, and he knows that he or she knows that they are, let me just be quiet, but okay, and today you have many who are Hapa or the Polynesian, like when you think of the people of Hawaii and their ancestors, more likely many of their ancestors of Polynesian descent. So you see, and even the more Dravidian people of East India had darker skin. This is what I'm talking about too. When people talk about, foundation, just because you had people who had darker skin in the Americas before the said Negro was brought and enslaved in the Americas, that do not mean that they were of the same lineage. Even if we share similar features, it does not mean you had black people, quote unquote, that could have been categorized, definitely would have been later categorized racially by phenotype alone. These Filipino people, in fact, they were referred to the Aeta, who are indigenous to the Philippines. In fact, they were referred to as Negritos, or like Negro pygmies, Negritos. That's what they called them. Negritos, like Negro, like black, Melanesia, melanated, black. Today in Australia, the indigenous people are referred to and this represents, and these people definitely have Caucasian admixture more than likely, but they are referred to as black. You see the t-shirt she has on. In fact, you had a group of Black Panthers in the 70s. Yeah, there were some Black Panther affiliates in Australia, influenced by what was going on in the United States. Now, they are not what we in America. That's another thing too. We have to consider what we may see in America, what is meant by black. Nobody is literally black or literally white. I don't care how dark y'all, I don't care how white y'all or light y'all. Nobody's literally this or that, okay? Because there's a lot of people, they'll look at some of us black like that, like it could be a female, this woman on the left's complexion, and there may be some people say, that's not black. There are people making videos saying that they don't see Ice Cube or Will Smith or someone like me as black. So obviously black, but this person, they got to understand what black means in the United States, however. We know that no one is literally black, as in color. You can be very, very dark. And I got, as I've shown you, I got some very, very dark people in my family. But they still ain't literally black. See my uncles down here, my mama's brothers? I got some very, very, one just passed last month, the one with the cigarette in his mouth, like about a month ago. I got some very, very dark people in my family. On my mama's side, definitely. My mama was as light as it got. Her and her one younger sister who passed years ago of lupus. They were like as light as it got. Oh yeah, my uncle with Down syndrome who passed like last year or the year before. They were as light as it got, and that was dark cinnamon. So I know that there are people, because they're in my family alone, who can get very dark, who are, I don't mean to say get, but are very dark skinned. Still ain't totally black. Still in the category of brown. I'm just making a point. But yeah, see, that's another thing too. What is considered, we may not see them as black people in Australia, but that's what we have to respect in Australia. We have to, or at least consider that, give consideration in Australia, they are considered black. Yeah, what you say? You see brothers in Africa, but I still don't believe that they would be just like. I can't say, even in the case of albino, that I've seen somebody literally as white as those letters, Australia. You say. Yeah, I ain't got no reason to lie about my family. I've been up in here too long. I've been up in here in a time where we felt comfortable sharing our names even. So I couldn't lie even if I wanted to, because people already, they know me going back to 2002 in the message form, sharing pictures, family pictures, all that stuff. Because back then, so even if I wanted to lie, I couldn't, because people already know me. People have even met me. So why would I be lying? Okay, and it ain't in me to do that anyway. But like, talking about my family and stuff. But yeah, that is, in Australia, that's considered black. Now, if they were to come to the United States, they could still be perhaps in that category, but they would definitely be a different ethnicity. Now, yeah, that's the funny thing. If they were to come to the United States, what would they be considered? That's an interesting question. But yeah, even though they have given a different term now, Australoid, but once upon a time there was no, in the original indigenous racial categories. I remember even in the 80s, I had a book, and when they had Negro listed, this was sometime, I had a book, this was like maybe 1985. I was, my preteen like years, and I had a book, and they had listed all that was considered Negro. Do you know they had Puerto Rican listed? They didn't have any other Latino. Yeah, they had Puerto Rican. I'm trying to remember, was there any other Latino group listed? They didn't have Mexican listed, but they definitely had Australian. They put them in the category of Negro, even though now they have a different Australoid. Obviously they were talking about the indigenous. Yeah, they put Aboriginal, as they called them. I don't really like that term because it might be saying abhor, like I hate original. I don't know. That may just be me, but the indigenous, like those of quote said Tasmanian descent, yeah, they call them black people, and they could be lighter than these two women, but they still, if they see those features, yeah, they would still. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Black people of Australia. Let me see. Black people, and I hope they don't show me like Sudanese refugees, but oh goodness, all these tabs. Yeah, you see, even this one here, speaking on behalf of Black Lives Matter, it says here. What's this about? I don't know what this is. It's from culturalsurvival.org. Black, they spelling it BLAK for whatever reason. Lives Matter. Indigenous Australia's solidarity with the U.S. movement for Black lives. So even though you could clearly see that this woman is mixed, that you could see, there's, Caucasian, she's still referring to herself as Black. Now, why is she referring to herself as Black? Obviously, it has something to do with how perhaps the Australian, that has something to do more with her ancestry and how the Australian society, although powers that be, perhaps that's how they are considered. So that is not, even though I'm looking at this woman and I clearly see a mixed woman here, but it's also about certain experiences. Sad to say, sometimes oppression and struggle can shape our ethnicity. Sad to say, but it is what it is. I just don't want our ethnicity or identity be limited to a struggle or experience that came from a struggle. That's all I'm saying. But even a woman like her may be considered Black. Like, okay, we see a kid like this, despite who gives damn, despite what the exoticals claim, this kid would still be considered Black. Okay. What's this? Beyond Black and White? Ain't that Crystal and Harrison's? Let me see what this is. It says it's from Beyond Black and White. Ain't that Crystal and Harrison's site? Yeah, this is Crystal and Harrison's. What's this about? This is interesting. What's this about? This Crystal and Harrison's site here. What's this about? I'm curious. I happened upon this blog a while back. It was originally posted in 2009 on the blog Cultural Matters by Lisa L. Wynn. Lisa is a white American expat living in Australia. I found the post interesting enough to review the comments and chime in a couple of times. I encourage Black women to seek out opportunities in Australia and New Zealand. I know people living in both places. Okay, I don't know what this is about, but yeah, I was just curious to click in. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, like okay, these are some more indigenous people. We would look at these people looking at their hair and especially, and we'd be like, and being although they are more likely to have even more so facial prognathism than we, the so-called Negroes in the Americas and even in the African continent, but we'd still like, let's say, because the lips may be smaller. But people would look at the hair texture and be like, oh, that's not Black people. But once upon a time, they were racially categorized as Black. But they represented a whole different ethnicity and another nationality. Now, what is nationality? In that case, they represent a whole another nationality. Let me see. We went over race, went over ethnicity. I know I got a tab open for nationality. Okay, here we go. Nationality. All right, this is from Merriam-Webster.com. Nationality, noun, a national status, a legal relationship involving allegiance on the part of an individual and usually protection on the part of the state. All right, membership in a particular nation, an ethnic group constituting one element of a larger unit, such as a nation. Sometimes we refer to a person's nationality as their ethnicity, even if they were actually born in the United States. Marla Negra, she is a case. She was actually born, so she is by nationality. She was born in Florida, so legally she is, and we do consider birth right in the United States. I was told that it's not the same in parts of like Africa, like in South Africa, like in the case of Chidima Edechina. They're claiming that they're saying that the woman who tried to, compete for Miss, uh, Miss South Africa to go further into the Miss Universe pageant, but supposedly she was born and raised. There was claims that her mother may have stolen another baby's identity. I don't know. It had nothing to do with her though. But she just was born and raised in South Africa. And they're saying, okay, what I've heard is that in South Africa, they are not, even if you were born in South Africa, even though she was born in South Africa, they're not giving that consideration. I don't know how true that is. I can't say I've looked all into that. But yeah, they're not giving that consideration. But yeah, in the United States, anyways, yeah, we do give consideration. I remember there was, remember some years ago, this was like 20 years ago, there was that child, wasn't that like 20 years ago? And he was said to have, even though I believe his parents or one parent at least kind of crossed the border illegally. And that baby, remember the whole thing with the little baby? And that's what really popped off these more recent debates and, this conflict, the immigrant status and all of that, and border patrol and all that. Because remember, there was that child. But I think the child was actually born in the United States. I think in the end, the child ended up being, sent back to the parents' country of origin. But remember, it sparked this whole big, I forgot the baby's name, yeah. But anyways, Amarla Negra and Jennifer Hudson, was born in the United States. Amarla Negra, I believe, in Florida. And Jennifer Hudson in Chicago, Illinois, I believe. Yeah, so they both by nationality would be considered American, Black American, even. However, Amarla Negra, she would still be referred to, as a Dominican. But that's almost like that's her nationality when it's really more her ethnicity. And I'm sure that she still supports and sports the Dominican flag, but I think that's more about her representing. Was that the name? Yeah, I remember years ago. Was that it? Elian Gonzalez. Yeah, I believe that's, because that name is familiar. Yeah, let me see. What was the deal with that? I forgot. It's been so many years. With Elian. Yeah, that name is familiar. Well, he would be, because that was some years ago, wasn't it? 1993. Oh my gosh, it's been that. Oh my gosh, he's like just younger than my daughter. Wow, it's been that long ago. I'm really feeling old because that seemed like just yesterday to me. What's it say here in Wikipedia? Yeah, it says, he's a Cuban engineer and politician. As a 6-year-old child, he was at the center of a high-profile international custody dispute between members of his family that involved Cuba and the United States. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, I feel old. It didn't seem like just yesterday to me. It don't even really seem like it was 20. Yeah, but on November 21st, let me see where it say he was born. Oh, so he was born in Cuba. Okay. In his case, he was. His mother, her partner, and Elian fled to Cuba by boat as part of a group of refugees attempting to reach the United States. The boat sank during the journey, and Elian's mother, along with most of the passengers, drowned. Oh yeah, that was. Oh, I'm sorry. I know y'all not seeing what I'm sharing, but I sure remember that. Elian was found floating on an inner tube and rescued by 2 fishermen who turned him over to the U.S. Coast Guard. Elian Elian was taken to a hospital and treated for dehydration and minor cuts. In addition, Elian, a couple survived and reached the shore separately. Okay, he was placed with his grand uncle in Miami. This led to a high-profile and protracted custody battle involving his father, his Miami relatives, and U.S. Cuban officials. Okay. Oh, well, it said that he grew up in Cuba, earned an engineering degree. I just know that he wasn't allowed to stay in the United States and worked as an industrial engineer. In 2023, he was elected to the National Assembly of People's Power, representing Cardenas, Cuba. Oh, so his life ain't so bad. Let me see how did. Yeah, which one was him? Held by his father with his stepmother, and a few hours after their reunion in 2000. So that's him on the right. So he turned out all right. Let me see how he looked today. I'm curious. How he look? So yeah, maybe it's a good thing. You know, sound like his life is doing pretty fine. If he ain't brainwashed, if he, but seemed like he all right. I hope he ain't gonna become no dictator or something, but I know I'm stereotyping here. No, I'm not saying because he's Cuban. It's just I'm looking at these pictures. I'm looking at some of these photos, But it seemed like he came out all right. So, maybe it was for the best. And it's interesting because around the time that this was going down, I considered the job that I had as oh man, and as a case manager west of Chicago, in a suburb west of Chicago, and that was it's interesting that this whole all the debates we've had since then on immigrants, and and I remember the white people of that suburb, many of my clients, they had that was like their major complaint, the immigrants. Even though now, that city that I was working in, west of Chicago, now that suburb, it's a very predominant, Latino, mostly Mexican population now. It was different, it was different when I was a kid though in the 80s, and my family had moved there. It was mostly white, but now, But I remember white folks, they complained about the Mexicans. I was getting tired of hearing their complaints. They were complaining about the Mexicans more than they were complaining about blacks. And I was like, ain't this something? But I still had my job to do. But they were always trying to talk to me about, like, they wanted me to do something like, look, I'm just here to service, and I'm trying to discriminate anybody. Well, I'm not trying to give anybody a special, ear or spatial favoritism or anything like that. I don't know what they was expecting from me. Like, look, all I know, my family came over here in the 80s. We were the immigrants. So, of course I say that, but yeah. Oh boy, they was always whining. That's why I be saying, that's what I'm saying. The main people I've been listening. Yeah. Do you know how many was whining then to me about the Mexicans in that suburb? Because now, like, suburbs like Joliet, Naperville, Aurora, them suburbs west of Chicago, they have it's very, high population of Latinos now west of Chicago. But but anyways, getting back to what I was saying, like, okay, you see here in the Reddit, okay, this is what you would see on applications. And now notice how they say Black or African American. Notice it's saying Black or African American. Now we know, but they say not Hispanic or Latino. Now they do have Black or African American. Now it's interesting why they say Black or African American. Is African American. Now, are they saying this necessarily because there are people, let's say, of direct African descent who would not refer to themselves as Black? Perhaps, I'm not sure. Or maybe it's a thing of, well, either or, whether you refer to yourself as Black or African American. Because there are some Black people in this country, apparently, who don't believe that they're talking as if they don't believe they even have African ancestry even. Okay. And I don't know what they're taking this from, whoever posted this on Reddit, but you would see something similar to this on applications. Okay, but it says Black or African American, not Hispanic or Latino. And if you notice, they in all of these categories, they also have white. And notice they just say white. They're not saying white or European. Notice this. They got Black or African American, not Hispanic or Latino, United States of America. But they just have white. Oh, this has to be recent because there was no two or more races. And two or more races, that could be white and Asian. That could be, that could be white Native American. Two or more races, that's a little too. They should just allow for, I think, just have them to click more than one. Why can they not click more than one for these categories? Because two or more races, that is too inclusive. That would include, that could be Caucasian, that could be white and what they have here, going by what they have here, that could be white and Asian, that could be Black and Asian, that could be white and American Indian, that could be yeah. Now, where does East Indian, where does that fall? Would that just be Asian? Because they've also claimed them as Caucasian. Where would that fall? But anyways, yeah, if you notice, they also have white, not Hispanic or Latino. And it seems as if the only ethnicity that they, other than, I guess, only ethnicity they are acknowledging, I'm noticing, it seems, is only other is Latino, Hispanic Latino. That's the only time they're making this differentiation, it seems. Okay. They're not noticing Arab as an ethnicity, although I do see Arab as today as representing more so an ethnicity. Even though typically when we think of Arabs today, we think of a certain similar phenotype, not, alabaster skin, dark hair, dark eyes, a certain shape of the nose, and we think of, but we do know that there are quote unquote Black people who would be considered Arab. Okay. The difference is, I think with Arab, they tend to be more linked more so by, not so much by language, but more so by religion, at least today. Whereas Latinos in the United States, they seem to be more so linked by language. But they both, I think, Arab, like Latino, represent an ethnicity more so. Although I told y'all when the Bible spoke of Arab, it meant mixed, like mixed nations. That could be mixed lineage, mixed nations, not necessarily just mixed race. But yeah, here's like when you consider Mustafa Hefni. Hold on, let me find it with Mustafa Hefni. Oh yeah, and I wanted to go into, like in the case of like my niece, for instance, who is biracial. She's biracial, by race. My niece Tasha. All right, my sister's child, my sister, Black, like me, although we have different fathers. She's my older sister when my mom was married. Before my mom became a widow, before my mom separated and eventually became a widow. So my sister and I, my oldest sister who passed away, her mom. We've been my mama, my family have been raising, because my sister, eventually got hooked on drugs and stuff by the 80s. But we have been raising her and her sister, her older sister, who is not mixed but Black. We have been raising them since they were born, pretty much. Yeah. How my niece here as her father, but we refer to him as Russian, and he referred to himself as Russian. But she had found out through DNA and tracking down and everything, his background, found out that he was actually born in Kiev, Ukraine. But we never referred to him, and he never referred to himself as Ukrainian. So it's kind of, but I do remember once upon a time, Ukraine was affiliated with the Soviet Union before the Soviet Union was pretty much no more after the end of the Cold War and everything. So it was kind of confusing. So we just said Russian, and he was, or maybe he just allowed us in ignorance. I don't know, but yeah. Oh no, we don't have a picture of her father. I don't. Well, I don't have it. I last spoke to her father. He's deceased. Last spoke to her father when my sister died, and he helped in paying for my sister's funeral and everything. Her mom's funeral. My sister died 2007, and sadly he passed away. But yeah, now, so but she was able to find her family, like the ancestry and all that. She was able to find his family. But the story, they did not want to. So understand, it was not a thing of us stopping her from knowing of her family, her non-black family. Absolutely not. Okay, absolutely not. And we knew of him, but we were able, because also he had become crippled, so we were able to take care of her. All right, and she was raised with my family mostly by myself. I mean, by my mom, my late mom. But my mom passed away while she was still a teenager, so I had kind of became mom. Yeah, to her and her sister, but it was mostly my mom and then myself and my siblings, mostly her uncles, okay, who were mostly in her life. And she was most of her life, since the time she was like maybe 2 years old. She was raised in the city of Milwaukee. Most of her life she lived in Milwaukee. Well, most of her childhood, definitely. And Milwaukee is very highly segregated, so she, for the most part, she went to all black schools. She went to an all black high school. All right, she went to all black schools. She never been to the Balkan area. She never been to Ukraine or Russia or any of those countries. All right. She has not been in connection with her father's side of the family, and that was not by that ain't a thing of us. Okay. All right. And understand, like I said, when somebody's saying that my mama brainwashed her, there was, you had the people of the weirdo sphere. They were trying to make these claims and all that. First of all, my mama, she, brainwashed her into believing she's black. First of all, my mama was born. Y'all need to shut y'all young asses up. First of all, my mama was born in the late 1940s. All right. In Mississippi. Raised in Chicago, another city that some see as segregated. You gonna tell my mama to not call her grandchild by our family, and especially considering the time that she was born in. Do you understand? And even my niece herself, despite being born in the 80s as a millennial, like she said herself, that on the application there was no. You gotta understand, when it was only in the year 2000 that they begin to, you could mark off for 2 or more races. So we have to give that consideration. And for people saying, oh, she isn't a part of Black history. Yes, the hell she is, because it was Black people like Frederick Douglass, who I don't believe is biracial, by the way, but that's another discussion. But if Black people influenced her, Black people raised her, you understand? And that is in her DNA. Like I had to tell these people of the weirdo spirit. First of all, she shares my family DNA. She ain't got shit in common with you. Not a damn thing in common with you, other than the blackness. Because for one, many of them, her father's side is not from Western Europe. In fact, she has little to, just like me in my DNA. I actually have more Western European DNA with the little 3% Scotland. We both share that Greece and Albania 1%. I don't know where that come from. I actually got more Western European Caucasian DNA matchup than she do. All of her DNA, pretty much all of her DNA, is from that Balkan area. As if she has no slave master DNA in her. When we looked at the DNA test results, because my family's very Black. So she actually has less Western European DNA Yeah, okay. If you want to put it that way, Petazoid. She actually has none. Nothing of England, nothing of Wales, nothing of Scotland. She ain't got none of that. I saw zero. No exaggeration. All of her. In fact, on her father's side, there was a little bit of Nigerian. Like what? You know when they show parent one, parent two, there was this like a small bit of Nigerian. I'm like, how did that get there? That's what was interesting. Also, I noticed she had a little small bit of Khoi. But it's interesting because my sister was caramel skin. My sister had like whereas I got like 4B here, my sister definitely she had like 4C, almost like 4D hair. My sister had a very rounded booty. Very, she passed it on to, some of her children. My sister had a very round, well-rounded, it kind of made me envious, onion booty, and I used to kind of joke, like, like she got little koi or something in her, and come to find out there's a little bit, and my sister naturally, she was caramel skinned. But come to find out, there was a little bit, and I'm like, how did that get there? The koi in the DNA, they put koi and san together, and koi san, but it was just a little bit, very little bit. But still, that was interesting. And looking at her DNA, so something on the father's side, yeah, very interesting. But yeah, yeah, so I gotta, when they talk about, the big booties, a lot of the, they want to give it a medical term, statopigia or whatever. My sister was a petite, very petite, but she had a like Eric Butcher, she had the onion, and she passed it on to, to get it from the, Yeah, like I said, I had it upstairs. Well, before I had my breast reduction, my sister had it downstairs. And I used to envy my sister. Like, why could I have a big booty like hers? She had him more upstairs. I had him more upstairs. My sister had him more downstairs. Her mama, yeah. But anyways, that's obviously has something to do with my sister's father, But anyways, yeah, you see my niece here, her husband. Just a couple of years ago. But and y'all seen her. She been in interviews and stuff with me, like when we were talking about weight loss and all that. Yeah. But and I don't want to hear nobody don't talk about biracials. Look, I'm gonna tell you this. They always trying to say don't talk about, don't mention, but I'm gonna talk about what the hell I want. Just like I'm gonna talk about Africans, I'm gonna talk about what the hell I want. All right. You don't talk about it because first of all, and I don't know about TikTok and all. When I go to these so-called mixed or these sectors that are representing biracials, whether they call themselves mulatto, golden sphere, whatever, I notice that, trust me, they are way more likely to talk about black people than black people on our channels are talking about them. You best believe. You bet I can show you the proof of what I'm talking about. Even when they have the issues between each other, somehow it's monoracial's fault. Somehow black folks are always, there's no personal response. It's black people's fault, no matter what. All right. It's about and when they say monoracial, they first and foremost thinking black. Okay. So this, don't talk about y'all can't start talking about us, no matter what. Whether it's a black celebrity, how likely am I to talk about a biracial person over here? And it's usually in confronting them talking about us, though. But it's still way more likely, even if we were to talk about these channels, like they got channels just set up, like this exotical, where they just talking about Olandria, just because she's a black woman and her hair, and they're co-signing and laughing with that shit. Just because she's black, she ain't do nothing to them. She ain't say nothing about biracials. She ain't diss them, but they're laughing, they're co-signing and laughing and talking about because she's black. That's it. And more specifically, dark skin. So I don't want to hear shit about don't talk about. No, you cannot stop talking about us. So don't tell me what I can and cannot talk about. And then they claim that they're speaking for me. Then they won't leave black people who happen to be of a lighter hue. They won't leave us out of the shit that they're talking. Like, stop saying you speak for me just because we have a similar complexion. even in the case of, yes, me and my niece, we could say we got more because for one, we're in the same family, grew up in the same, you understand? She has way more in common with me and our Black family. Guess what? Because she does actually share our DNA. She don't share your DNA. She may be of what you say your racial categorization. If you consider, people, let's say of Russia, the Ukraine, if you consider them white, okay, but we're not, you absolutely have nothing in common. You just don't. Not culturally, not in any sort of way. Besides being American, that's the only thing you have. The Blackness is the only thing. The Black American is the only thing you share in common with her. That's it. Perhaps the Black ethnicity. I'm not just talking about the exoticals. And I see, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. When I said there are golden spirit people who are high-fiving that shit. People who were mixed and biracial who are high-fiving that. I'm also, it wasn't before encountering with the gold, it was the exotic sphere. Remember, it was the golden sphere I was encountering. I know what I'm talking about. And before even knowing about the, and if they want to, I have nothing against people with their own channel, this, and that. But when you're saying that and it was in fact a white woman saying that she's speaking on behalf of light-skinned people. Like, no, the hell you ain't. No, stop. And even in the case of my niece and I, we're from the same, but her experience is her experience and my experience is my experience. I'm not biracial. We do have a differing, despite having a similar complexion, we do have experiences that are different, but she will always be a part of my Black family. You ain't gonna tell me otherwise. Ain't no Black person gonna tell me otherwise. Yes, she acknowledged that she is of a different race. And you can say I'm getting sensitive, or yes, the hell I am when it comes to my family. You best believe. Just as I expect you to be sensitive when it comes to your family. Thank you, dear. Or give credit, my mama. In fact, my niece wanted me to talk on the whole thing with Lupita Nyong'o. She just texted me something. Like, she is like outraged by how people are reacting. That ain't no fake. This is something she texted me behind the scenes. This is just how we are. Because this is how we was raised. You can call it brainwashing or whatever, but it is what it is. She ain't up in here complaining about her life, this and that. She living her life. So she can't be doing too bad. Especially when I consider, now things in our family ain't been perfect. Hell no. If they were, she wouldn't have had to have been raised by my mother and, myself and my siblings. If things were perfect. So obviously our family is not perfect. Okay. Longtime subscriber. How you doing, Horchata? Well, with all due respect, Black celebs aren't serious actors. I'm sorry. All due respect, Black celebs, they aren't serious actors, are really messy, really controversial compared to others. Not saying whites don't do it. Huh. Okay. I'm trying to grasp what you're saying. They aren't really serious. I think I get what you're saying. Not saying whites don't do it. I'm kind of grasp what it is that you're saying exactly. I'm sorry. Okay, you're saying that aren't. Okay, long-time subscriber here. With all due respect, Black celebrities that aren't serious actors, okay, are really messy, really controversial. Yeah, I agree with you compared to others. Not saying the whites don't do it. Yeah, I agree with you. Well, not to, I think the white ones too, but I get what you're saying though, and it's almost like everything they do now, it's like a part of propaganda. They're not even like just entertaining. It all goes along with some sort of agenda or propaganda today. So I get what you're saying though. But yeah, now in the case like of someone like my niece, now they're saying about, oh, you can't speak for Black people. Yeah, they keep speaking on Black people. Let them tell it. Yeah, speaking on Black people, all we do is whine and all we do is to feel sorry for. They can't stop. They even telling us our own history, but we've made no contributions to society. So don't tell me what I can't speak on, because y'all ain't gonna stop. Like I said, they are still more likely, if you were to compare my channels to their channel, see if I'm more likely to speak on biracials, even though I speak on race and things like that, versus if they are more likely to speak on black people. And just for the hell of it, even if they're talking just about black celebrities. But anyways, because they can't stop talking about the monoracial, and usually the black people, whether they refer to as Bantu or whatever, they ain't gonna stop. But of course, it's always the excuse, oh, we're just responding. Yeah, whatever. Even if they got to seek things to respond to, I don't, see, I don't have to seek stuff to respond to. I'm going to always be, I'm always being reminded. You know what I'm saying? Every time I look up, I'll scroll through. I don't have to seek or try to antagonize to get a response so that I can say, see. But anyways, yes, she acknowledges that she is biracial, or yeah, she what some would refer to. I don't know if she really embraces that as mulatto, if she is considered that, despite she's not of Western European descent. Okay, she, some would say she's not considered Anglo. All right, because yeah. Or is she of Spaniard descent? Do you understand? Her father's well, he was born in Kiev, Ukraine. Even though, but that is considered Caucasian. Okay, so since we're going to say Caucasian and we're going to just lump that as white, okay, fine. If you want to call it mulatto, fine, by race. However, by ethnicity, she considers herself. I'm not forcing it. Look, that she has a right. She considers herself black by ethnicity. That's because of the language she speaks. She, and black by Black American ethnicity. All right. Being that she, and even when I was like, yeah, but being that the culture that she was raised in, she has no, and that's also by her choice. She has, now I'm not saying it's totally her choice, but she did try to connect with her father's family, and she told me it was not, I will say this, it wasn't, I'm trying to get to know. Of course, we all want to know. There's nothing wrong with it. It was not a thing of her, oh, I want to get away from my mama's family. No. They said we all got the curiosity, just like I had that curiosity with my father, especially, around the time my biological father died when I was a teenager. So we all have that. We all want to know. I don't care how you were raised. You can't tell me you're not going to want to know something about your mama's side and your daddy's side. And I think you have that. And I'm not against people today, more so today. And I had to, if I were to say I learned from, let's say, the Golden Sphere experience, I had to learn that, not everybody is raised like my niece. I already knew that though, but I had it had to be instilled in me even more so. Because yeah, of course, I'm a Gen Xer born in early mid 70s, and yeah, there was still that one drop. Not the way that they're making it seem. Like it's not like you had to still like at least maybe have a black grandparent. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but I do understand that it is a different generation, and you have more so biracial kids, like especially when we consider post Gen X and on, like with the millennials, and they're not just biracial people, black, white, biracial people in the United States who, whether it was a case of whether their parents, they couldn't really feel comfortable living in a predominantly white community, so they would, like a lot of the mixed kids I knew. Now, majority of them I knew as a Gen Xer going to school mostly in the 80s. Yeah, most of them did have white moms by that time. It may have been different, let's say in the 60s but by that time, the kids, a lot of the kids that were born like in the 70s and late 60s, they did have, it was by this time, most of them had white mothers by this time, okay? miscegenation laws had ended and everything. But a lot of times, though, you did have a lot of times a white parent. They would be if it, especially if they were still with their black partner, they would usually like be living kind of in more urban areas, or they would, you understand, or in, whereas the biracial child would be more connected. Like if there was a family get together, they would be more likely to go to, they'd be like, they may have known more so even of their black grandparent. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of times. Now, with like my friend Rissa, who I said was from Bronx, and her father was Jamaican, she was in touch, and her stepfather, even Jamaican, she was in touch, although being born in the Bronx, she was in touch with her Jamaican side. She was in touch with that. But in her case, she was also in touch in her white side. I'm not going to say that, but it was different because her mom was a white woman from the Bronx. I know that shouldn't really make a difference, but I do think it does make a difference. I do think it does make a difference. I think that her mama being from like New York City, the Bronx, she was cool as hell. She was cool as hell. Well, at least cool to me. She was cool white woman. All right, cool as hell. Yeah, she was no Karen. Okay. As far as I knew, of course I still acknowledge her. I don't mean to sound like, oh, she's one of the good ones. I'm just saying she was cool. All right. She was from the Bronx. And I think that's why me and my friend Rissa, who is biracial, who's in the girls' home with me, and she was biracial. I think that's how one reason that we bonded was that we both couldn't stand, we were both new to Milwaukee. We weren't from Milwaukee, and we were sick of Milwaukee, and we missed our hometown. She missed New York. I miss Chicago. So we would get together. I guess you could say that's trauma bonding. And we talked about, you know what I'm saying? We were sick of New York. I mean, we were sick of Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? Like, for one, like, we was at the girls' home, and being that the Milwaukee radio station seemed limited at that time, and I noticed it was just certain old school songs that a lot of kids that was in Milwaukee, my age, they didn't know. Like old school. I'm like, damn. Yeah. And even TV shows, like, y'all didn't watch Good Times? Y'all don't see reruns or something? Because they were so prejudiced and was, whereas, so me and her, we'd be together, we'd be singing, oh, they knew the blues though. Milwaukee knew the blues. It's different now. Now they may know a lot of them old school. But I'm like, yeah. So me and her, we'd be like old school stuff. So I think that's also what helped us to bond, is that yeah, whereas Milwaukee, it just seemed like they were, but I don't know, not to sound like thinking we're better than people in Milwaukee because we're from the two bigger cities, New York and Chicago, but I do think that's how me and my how we kind of came together. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Like, I didn't know what my mama was talking about with all the race. And I'm not saying that they ain't racist in Chicago. Don't get it twisted. But I didn't know until my family moved to the suburbs. And I realized there's Chicago and there's white folks like on the north. And a lot of them white folks on the north side of Chicago, for instance, many of them, and I know Chicago have a racist history. Don't get me wrong, but we're in the 80s now, okay? But in many of them white folks, their parents, like directly from Poland, like that was on the north side, their parents also being immigrants, or they're Jewish. But when I went to the suburbs in the 80s, I was like, oh, well, these are white people that, my mom was talking about. Because you got to understand, you had some white folks who've been out in these suburbs, ain't probably seen a black person since the 1950s. They've been in these straight up white suburbs that were built for white people, and they ain't been around black people. Yeah. Oh, Wisconsin is they always talk about Chicago being so, segregated. No, with Chicago, it's more like okay. Yeah, I know the history. We've talked about the history and separation, the black belt and all that, and all that stuff. But Chicago, I think it was like, it's a certain point where it's by choice. We want to live by nothing but black people. It was kind of by choice. Yeah, I talked about Bridgeport on the south side. You don't cross that line. And, we can go back to 1919 Chicago riots and all of that. But with Chicago, it really is a thing of where it's a choice. If we want to live on the north side, we will move to the north side. Yeah, Bridgeport was that line. Milwaukee, really, is actually, I think they had that on #1 most segregated. It really is a thing of you cannot live here. Even if they don't say it, you will not. Yeah, it really is like that. Like when we talk like segregated, it really is a thing in Milwaukee. Maybe things have changed because I ain't lived there in over 20 years now. It's been over 20 years now, but it really is a thing. So that's why I was wondering, like when we came there and we had the Tasha, my biracial niece, was still a baby, and she was and they were like acting like, she's so pretty. Oh, she's an alien or something. Like they were not used to seeing a biracial or I'm not saying that we have an abundance of that in Chicago, but at least on the north side, that's the thing. People don't understand on Chicago's north side, on different parts of the north side, it can be very, very diverse. I had never been, I've been in neighborhoods where you have a black neighbor, white neighbor, Hispanic neighbor, this and that, Jamaican, but in Milwaukee, oh, hell no. It was like strictly, now it may have changed, but when I came, it was strictly black folks here. Strictly. That's what was so odd about, that's why I definitely believe that Jeffrey Dahmer, because we lived 2 blocks, one place we lived, we were only 2 blocks away from where Jeffrey Dahmer was. You hear me? Just 2 blocks away. That was on 21st and Kilburn. We was on 24th. And like well, if you look on the map, we were like 24th and West. We was only like 2 blocks from where that happened. My uncle, in fact, went to work with him. That's what was very, very odd with the whole thing with Jeffrey Dahmer. That was very odd. And so, and you did see, there was you did see interracial couple. If you did see like a biracial child, usually the white female, she was living in the black neighborhood. As if, she can't live in the white neighborhood no more. You understand what I'm saying? And now in the case of my friend, I was in the girls' home with me in Milwaukee, or, Wisconsin, just north of Milwaukee, where the girls' homes was. But we were living in Milwaukee. The girl that was Arissa, her family wasn't even from, she wasn't even from Milwaukee. She was from New York. The Bronx, in fact. I like how that sounds. New York and Chicago. Chicago used to be Second City, even though the idea, the skyscraper, or them big tall buildings, that started in Chicago, actually. The initial skyscraper was Chicago. Even when we look at the history of department stores and stuff, New York gets the credit for everything. It used to be Second City, the second largest city. And when they go by largest city, they go by population. And New York always had the largest population, New Amsterdam, New York. Chicago, for the longest, was Second City, as they called it, Second City, or number 2. Number 2, I don't like saying that. Until sometime in the 80s, when Los Angeles outpopulated Chicago. But Chicago was, for a long time, Second City until the 80s, and it became Los Angeles sometime in the 80s. And I think, so Chicago's number 3, but almost, what's almost surpassing Chicago, being that people have been leaving Chicago, black and white? Houston, I believe, may soon become number 3. Okay. Yeah, Houston, Texas. Very interesting. When I last looked. But so I noticed there's a big difference in the suburbs. And that's the thing. See, like a lot of you notice, okay, why is it that the people in my family, they happen to hook up with and marry black people who had some sort of, like my brother's wife, my first brother to get married, the second to oldest, his first wife was from Belize, but she was black, not mixed with anything, brown skinned woman, not mixed with anything, no more than any other black American. Okay. My oldest brother, his wife that he's been married to and stayed married to, been nearly 30 years now. His wife has 4 daughters. Her dad's Jamaican. My sister, because there's a lot of diversity, ethnic diversity on the north side. you know, and being that we lived a lot of our lives on the north, we chose, to be on the north side of Chicago for the most part. So there's a lot of ethnic diversity. There's a lot of ethnicity. So it wasn't a thing. And then my daughter being a Nigerian, so it wasn't a thing of us purposely, choosing. Like now, my sister was a swirler, but it happened to be the minute they were ethnic, if you will, because there was a lot. Chicago's north. It's very, very ethnic. I mean, there are various ethnicities. At the school I went to, Swift School up there in Edgewater, now they say now it's a specialty school. But today there's like, how many languages they say? The kids speak like 100 languages. Like I told y'all, I went, in Evanston, Illinois, where they may be the first to kind of receive some reparations. The Black people there are of so many different ethnicities. When I went to the Kingdom Hall there was so many different, it was mostly Black, but there's so many different ethnicities, so many different accents. That I had to kind of get used to it. But there was so many different accents. So there's going to be a lot of Jamaicans, Haitians, even Ethiopians, Somali. You got a lot of them Ethiopian restaurants on the. Hold on, they may have something on the north side, like in Edgewater. You got a lot of and of course, you got the Latinos and but there's a lot of different ethnic and with the white people. I'm not even just talking Black people. I'm talking white people. Like you'll be up there, like be in okay, what part of my thing? Like Albany Park and you'll think, oh, it's just white people, like what you think of when you think white people. Then they start talking and like, oh, this accent is strong. They'll have blonde hair and everything, and you'll find out that they're Serbian, Croatian. That's the thing too. Like the few white people that were at our Kingdom Hall in Evanston, they had accents, blonde hair and all. They had accents. Yeah, so for whatever reason, they're drawn to. So there are these different ethnicities. So they may say I'm Croatian, but that don't mean that they're denying that they're white. But they acknowledge that they're of a different ethnicity. That's what I'm talking about. So, like in the case of my niece, she acknowledges herself as being of the Black ethnicity. By race, yes, she knows that she is biracial. All right. If you want to refer to her a mulatto, okay. But considering Ukrainian or what Russian would still be seen as Caucasian. Even if some may not see it as Anglo-Saxon, they may not see it as, you understand. But it's kind of fair to say that she represent the same ethnic, even when she don't even have, I don't think she had any, I think I still have access to her ancestry, but I don't, page, but she didn't have any, really. I actually had more Western European DNA, even if it's a very small percent, than she did. So she is not so they would not so so what was I saying? It's interesting, her name Natasha. That's probably I think he has something, her father has something to do with her name. Boris and Natasha. And she knows I'm funny. She knows she knows. Yeah. But as an ethnicity, she identifies considering the food she eats, the food she grew up eating. Okay, the food, the language she speaks, all right, the slang, the vernacular, the culture, and all of that. Could, if she was to go calling herself Ukrainian and go over there, they probably look at her like she crazy. Just like, okay, I acknowledge my DNA matchup, and I feel very good about this. But I know doggone well I couldn't walk around calling myself Nigerian or think I could go over there saying, "Oh, I'm Nigerian. What's up, my Nigerian?" They look at me like I'm crazy, and it's not just based on how I look, but even if I was of a darker complexion, they would still be, like I couldn't just Despite my DNA matchup, I couldn't just be calling myself Nigerian because I don't represent, not only am I'm not of the nationality, but I don't represent the ethnicity. All right. I'd like to. I mean, that's cool. I'm cool with it. I'm not like these so-called FBA. I ain't with that shit. That's for sure. But I do acknowledge that I am of a different ethnicity. Do you understand? So people saying, no, okay, some people feel like in the case of my niece, no, she shouldn't even identify with the ethnicity. Why would she not? Okay, let's say if you got somebody, like I said, who is Black and Asian. Okay, let's say if this was a person who was Blackanese, so they're Black and their mama's Japanese, their daddy Black American, right? Right? Let's say this person, they lived with their mama all their life. They were raised in Japan. No, guess what? No, they were actually born. No, I'm gonna say they were born in the United States, but they lived, let's say from the age of 5 years old, they lived all their life in Japan with their Japanese mama. That's the only language they knew. That's the only language they spoke. The food they ate, it was more, more so part of the Japanese cuisine, culture, the customs. Are you gonna tell me that that person can't call themselves Japanese? Unless they decided to come, you gonna tell me that they can't say that they're Japanese even by ethnicity? That's ridiculous. That's the culture that they are of. Okay? Now, even if they are not Black by race, and they're Blasian or Black and Asian or biracial, Blasian, or, by race, by ethnicity, I believe that they could still call themselves Japanese. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but how would I not say that that person, or let's say if my niece did grow up in the Ukraine and was more, or Russia, wherever, could she not say that she was not of that ethnicity? Right. So in the case of my niece, she sees herself as a biracial Black in that sense. Biracial by race, Black by ethnicity. What is considered the Black American ethnicity? See, the reason that we just call ourselves Black in the United States is because, for one, we're in the United States, and Black, kind of like white, it has just been an ethnicity. Black is also in the United States. I have come to the understanding that Black is an ethnicity. That's why now some say, well, this is why Tariq Nasheed has concocted FBA or Yvette Carnell concocted ADOS, because it's about time that we have a more specific ethnicity than just Black. Okay, I would be okay with that. I would be okay, fine. Well, not really, because what I've learned from the scriptures on who we really are. But I have to look at, you can't trust the message if you can't trust the messenger. And I'm sorry. I don't want to be affiliated with what they claim FBA is. Yes, I'm looking at your liters. I'm looking at what y'all claim delineation is. So absolutely not. If it really was, because at first initially I was like, okay, all right, FBA, whatever, ADOS, whatever. I was okay with it. But then I was like, no, after hearing this rhetoric, yes, I am going to look at your message. The message is coming from those I am definitely going to consider Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed and what they have been pushing, what they have been promoting, but definitely being that Tariq Nasheed in his louder voice. And yes, this is some social media-ish. And when I consider what I believe is the true agenda behind this, absolutely not. Absolutely, there is no way I would want to. Just like, okay, I can't lie. I had not heard Hebrew Israelite. Is that saying that I don't believe that we are the Israelites? No. And of course, if you're Israelite, you would be of Hebrew descent, right? If we're talking lineage now, and not just, no, but the first time I heard that together, Hebrew Israelite, the first time I heard that together. Now, I have known that we were descendants of Yasharel. I knew that since the 80s I had learned that originally from my brother. He changed his name and everything. I knew that since like the late 80s when I stayed with my brother and I was attending, Bible lessons and stuff. But I didn't hear that term Hebrew Israelite like that until social media. But come to find out, this is something that kind of goes a little further back. I didn't hear it said together like that. Just like I didn't know about this 12 tribes chart. I didn't know the teachings that Esau was the original white man. That's not what I was taught when I went to the lessons with, and I didn't know nothing about no 12 tribes chart. But come to find out, that was something that may have been concocted perhaps even before I was born. But that is something that comes out of those One West camps out in New York. That's where we get a lot of these acronyms. See, that's another thing too. I can't trust these acronyms. These alphabet, ADOS, FBA, ISUPK, GMS. Yeah, that was my first time. I did not know. No, actually, first time I heard it. Yeah, it was on. No, actually, it was on Montel Williams talk show in sometime the early 90s, I believe, early to mid 90s, where they had these Hebrew Israelites and they were all garbed up. And I'm like, I ain't never seen people dressed like, I know the people I knew that my brother was studying with on the north side of Chicago, they didn't look like these people. They was all garbed up and they were supposedly representing a hate group. They were on the opposing end. There was some people kind of dressed up like this, you remember, or like this man on the left. But yeah, there was some people it was a man, a woman, the female may have been Dominican. And that was my first time, so I'm like, wait, I knew black people who acknowledge themselves as Yasharel. And although they may dress more modestly, like the women covering their heads, and the ones that my brothers were studying, my brother started with my second oldest brother was studying with. Yeah, the women did cover their head, like particularly like if we were doing Bible study, and they did wear less to wear pants, but they weren't dressed all like this. They definitely wasn't donning the 6-point star and all this garb. And I'm not saying I don't mean to make fun of like the I think that the purple attire like UIC wear, I think the purple and gold is kind of attractive. So I'm not trying to put down. And in fact, I like when I see them dressed up, like some of the women, and I like the kind of remind me like what I see with the East Indian wedding. I think that's beautiful. But so I'm not trying to put down if they want to wear robes. I'm not trying to, I remember Michi X making fun of them, Power Rangers. I'm not trying to be like Tariq Nasheed and be funny and culturally disrespectful, although I would question the 6-point star considering the origin. I would think that they would know. But anyways, the way they were garbed up, I was like, even though the ones I knew, they dressed modestly, but they dressed, like a typical Black American. I didn't really see the garb, and I'm just saying I saw that there was a difference between the people I had studied with. And I didn't hear the term, and I didn't really know of that term Hebrew Israelite like that until, more through social media, where we got to know of different, social media, of course, helping us to learn of different. And then that's when I first learned, like with the 12 tribes chart. And I'm like, wait a minute. We wasn't taught this. Now, I do know that there were those in Chicago, like those who went with, what's his name, Ben Amin, to Dimon, Israel. I know of them. We weren't exactly with them, but, but there were Black people going way back who knew, Black Americans who knew that we were descendants of Yasharel. But I'm just saying, I did not identify with this in the 12 tribe chart and the teaching that the original man was Esau or the original white man rather was Esau. So but I was still like initially, okay, if they want to call themselves Hebrew Israelite, I'll go along. Like, there's no need to say Hebrew Israelite because we know that the Israelite is a descendant of Eber or Hebrew, So like, but when I said, okay, I'm not going to refer to myself as this, when I start seeing more of the rhetoric, like people of GMS, for instance, and ISUPK, like there was a leader of GMS was talking about young underage girls even. and 12. Yeah, and I'm seeing some of the street rhetoric. And I remember, like, watching reports, they had a series, Tarnished Awakening, and it was another person that exposed the alphabet boys, as they called them. And I saw that a lot of their rhetoric, in my opinion, was dangerous, where they could easily put them in the category of a hate group. You know, like they had like these ones out there talking about how they're gonna RAPE white women and all this stuff. And once we have y'all enslaved and all this kind of talk, and like one, he had a white man kissing on his shoe and all this stuff. And yeah, and this being done publicly. And I'm like, okay, and I'm noticing it's getting captured on film, like they want it to be captured on film. And like, no, this ain't got nothing to do with what is taught in the scriptures. This ain't got, no, I don't want nothing to do with this. Now we all, yeah, I'll call out white racism. We've all made our generalizations, but this, I'm not with this. And then another thing too, you have those who have been taught to be very, very hard on the daughters of Zion, if you understand what I'm saying. In other words, very, very hard on quote unquote black women, on the sisters. Like ironically, the one who had made the very first video that I had responded to, black women drop the ball. You know what I'm talking about? And she was, kind of critical of black women. It wasn't that bad, but it's her saying, yes, we are the enemy. And that was the first thing to get me in YouTube world to respond. Well, years later, she was talking very differently about black men and stuff. And she's wearing weaves and all that stuff. The same thing she was wagging a finger at black women about. But she was young back then. She's talking differently. And I seen her I saw her posting amongst those who we now would refer to as divestors. Do you hear me? She did a video, even though she got it on private, or she took it down or whatever. But she was talking about how, a couple of years ago, she was talking about how what happened to her, supposedly, she was with these Hebrew Israelite cramps who were very mean and, kind of, I guess, like verbally abusive. And I don't know if she talked about physical abuse, but they were very mean to the women. Okay, like they were very, very oppressed. You know what I'm saying? Like very, because you got those. I remember Sister Deborah, y'all watching reports. Now you see him with his lovely, beautiful wife redirecting. Her channel redirecting, and there are those who they don't like that they even hearing this woman talking. They don't feel a woman should be talking or doing any sort of. And I never claim myself to be no pastor or minister. I'm just teaching what it is or trying to share what I know and what I believe. But I'm not. I too don't believe that. I don't believe women should be heading any sort of congregation. I know some of y'all may disagree with me, but I did do a video explaining like this idea that women can't teach at all, which I feel is ridiculous. We can't share, but as in like a pastor, I am not. Yeah, I don't like the idea of. I am not with the idea of women. You may disagree with me, but like women leading a church like a pastor, bishop. But yeah, no, I'm not with that. But however, there are those who don't feel women should be talking at all, and you know what I'm saying? And I think that this is something of Satan to push women away from. That I think that these are agents of the devil. I'm sorry, yeah, I may got some people coming up against me, but I think that they are purposely planning to push people away. So that very same sister, she might be into you. I know you don't want to hear me say this, but it's no surprising that you have some of these women, they're going into voodoo, hoodoo. I know you don't feel anything wrong with that, Reef, but I do, so I got to speak from my faith. And they're going into any and everything but the scriptures. And I'm not saying they're grown women, okay? That's not an excuse. There's bad men everywhere. But especially if you know that this is not what the scriptures teach on how men should be. But I feel that there are certain people. So, no, I don't want to be affiliated. No, I'm not going to call myself Hebrew Israelite. Especially when I know, the origin of it being referred to. Like, I know that the Israelites are descended are descendants of Eber or Hebrew. I know that. Just like I know that we are American descendants of those who were enslaved in the Americas, but I'm not calling myself ADOS. I know that our ancestors were foundational in laying the foundation of this nation, but I'm not calling myself FBA, Foundational Black American. I'm not going by the hashtag. I'm not going along, because I'm not going to be affiliated with these people who are basically, they're hateful. I'm not going along with that. And they're about causing unnecessary division and chaos. They are they are baiters. They are feeding into. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to call people out, just like I would call out white people. And I understand that we generalize when an issue like white racism, which is systematic, and when it gets too big and it's, to individualize. It's not just about individual acts against individuals or individual prejudice. I get it. I understand why generalizations sometimes are made. I get it. I understand. And none of us are perfect. But I don't want to be, But anyways. Yeah, again, there is race and ethnicity, and we do have to consider. Yeah, and see, but like I was saying, I do understand, especially when you consider law. Black, the reason we just say black in the United States, because black in itself, not only does it represent race, or predominant race, of course, we can look all into admixtures. And see, also, you got to understand, black, it did at one time, even though it may be different now from 2000 and on, but it did at one time encompass, it wasn't just it did also include those who were biracial, because like I said, none of us are literally black, but it did by ethnicity. And even by what they defined as a race, it did include once upon a time, even if it may be different today. And it is crazy to say that Frederick Douglass is not Black history because you believe, even though I don't necessarily believe, that he was biracial. That is crazy. First of all, he was influenced by his Black mama. He was not enslaved because he was half white, because he was mulatto. He was enslaved because of the Black in him. This is a part of Black or Negro history. Negro color, it is a part of that history, all right? It's ridiculous to say, even in the case of Rosa Parks. Okay? She is not literally Black as I am not literally Black. But she had enough in her she had the Black experience. Even more so, she had the Black or Negro experience of that time, even more so than myself, considering that I'm younger than her. Now, perhaps you can speak, and I'm not saying that you can't say that this isn't mulatto history or mixed history, but it's ridiculous to say. And that's a funny thing too, this claim to separate from the monoracial. How can you separate though? Can you fully separate, especially if you got one parent that's this and one parent that's that? Now, I can see if it's something, I could even see it more so with, let's say, a person who comes from a mixed family, like an MGM family, where they've been, like, let's say a Creole family. I could see that. But if you got one parent this, that means one whole half of your family is monoracial. Your family is mostly consists, besides your siblings, that means your family consists of mostly monoracial people on this side or that side. So how can you totally really separate from the monoracial when you are the product of monoracials coming together, especially if you're one parent? I mean, you can. I ain't trying to hold nobody. But especially if one parent is this and one parent is that, that means this side of your family is your whole, you can't, unless you can concoct a culture that is totally separate from your parents, or at least just some way distinct from your monoracial parents. I can see, like in the case even more so of MGM, where there are people down the line You know what I'm saying? That have been mixing down the line, and your family is mixed. Like when you consider, let's say a Creole. And to the point where you got mixed people intermarrying, bonding with other mixed people, to the point after a certain amount of generations where they do seem to have like a culture that's kind of somewhat distinct from their parents or their ancestors now. I could see it even more so with that. But that's just my opinion. You can do what you want to do. Because like I said, deep down, this idea, black people trying to stop from calling themselves, deep down, even if you got some people up in here making their little videos and what they think about the word mulatto, deep down, I know my people. Black folks don't really give a damn. Okay. And even with the Tyler, some of this, yeah, and they're using someone, speaking of Tyler, poor girl. They're using her as this, just like, even though I can't say I like Drake like that, but I do feel that some of these artists, I don't, Aldo with Drake, he may have been a jerk, but in the case of Tyler, I definitely feel better in defending Tyler. I do feel that she, being used as like this example. All right. Even I don't know this girl personally, even if she's not the most likable, I think there are worse things that she could do than ask somebody to hold a Grammy award. Yeah, that to me, that's just looking for a reason to hate her. I'm sorry. Okay. And also you have these people who are feeding on this whole, and they're using her as an example, just how it was easy for Tariq Nasheed to get us to jump on this FBA thing by using Fat Joe. That was an easy, because you know what? We don't look like Fat Joe. And you understand what I'm saying? And I do kind of feel this way with the artist. Her saying that she's colored. And I listened to her explain it. She didn't say anything bad. That's what they refer to. I thought everybody knew that. Maybe because I was in high school during the time, when the whole thing was really, really got turned up, and Americans reacting to the apartheid regime in South Africa. Like, you had the movie School Days, and that was around the time I was in high school. So I learned then, I thought everybody learned that colored is what they referred to. I thought it was colored, though, considering how it was spelled. But I thought that colored was, like, we all knew that's in South Africa. That's what they referred to, like the biracial mixed people in South Africa. In her case, she's probably more, East Indian, because her mom is like, basically, I guess if you want to call in the Western world mulatto. Now she got the Zulu, and then she got the European from her mom. But her dad, ain't he like a full East Indian? Like Dravidian, more so descent? I get it. People saying, well, she got mostly black people in the video, water and dancing, and it is music that the music is more more, derived from Black American culture. Okay, I get it. But still, though, let's say this is the music she loved. Okay, of course, the music and the entertainment in the United States is going to be more influential, and more people going to copy it. Why? Because I do believe the recording industry, just like the movie industry, didn't it all start in the United States? So, of course, the entertainment and stuff, and especially descendants of Judah, of course, it's going to be more influential, worldwide. And a lot of people going to, they've always been with going back to Josephine Baker, Black American entertainers, have been definitely, when it comes to entertainment. Yes, our entertainers, our actors, our athletes, our singers, musicians, they are more influential worldwide. Black Americans, or blacks even of the Americas. Now, I know that she kind of looked up to singers. Didn't she look up to singers like Rihanna and Beyonce? Now, I know Rihanna is the Caribbean, but still the Americas, or what has been promoted in, by the American music industry. So this is a young girl. It's just, I've seen the footage of her. The only issue I have is the stuff being too sexual, and she still looks like a kid. Yes, she may be over 18, but that's the only thing, you know. And I got a question with the water lyrics. Are you talking about something esoteric? Like I said, what turned me off is "Can you take my soul from me?" Yeah, like otherwise, it's a little too sad. And I noticed with the stuff that she's doing more, it's getting more and more sexual. Okay, you're already pretty. You're naturally sexy. Okay, but so there's no need, especially when you're already and I'm not just saying this because of a racial thing or anything, but she is a pretty girl, no doubt. We can't deny that she's a very pretty girl, and some could say, even though it's hard for me calling her sexy, being that she's, you know what I'm saying, for one of the same sex, and also she's looks so young. She's got a very young look. Yeah, but she is that. Okay, so and it was sexy enough with the original video, but I'm noticing she's becoming more and more sex from what I've seen of her more recent stuff. You know, it's becoming where it's like it's drowning out because she's actually a very talented. She's got a very pretty voice. She's not a balladeer who belts out, but she has a very, just like how Leah had a very, very pretty voice. And she has, I've heard where she just busts out singing outside of the studio, and she busts out singing, and it sounds very, how do you pronounce ethereal? I could tell that she's somebody, even looking at the little performances she's done, like on shows, whether it was The View or whatever, I could tell that she's somebody who's been performing from a young age, like whether it's in the mirror. She's very, very talented. She's a highly talented young woman. Yeah, but anyways, getting on, yeah. And she tried to, if you listen to the interview, she did explain, and she even knew that it may be offensive. And I understand when she was on Charlemagne, as if Charlemagne cares about Black Americans. Yeah, I'm not mad at her. When she just, some people felt that was rude. But look, if you've already tried to explain to people and they're not trying to, now maybe if she was American, maybe I would have looked at it a little bit, maybe. It all depends on how it's said. It's like there was a different way that Tiger Woods, he felt he had to correct, the way he was so, yeah. And then, because also people looking at with Tiger, and it was back then, also they were looking at the fact that Tiger Woods was also, he would laugh along with that racist. He was okay when they said that he was the first Black to do this and that in golf. He didn't say nothing because he liked being called the first. See, like, they're okay like being called the first this. Because then they could say, I'm the first Black person to do this. They just like being called the first. Tiger Woods said nothing. But then afterward, then he had an issue with being called Black. If it meant him making history, then he was okay with that. But then afterward, then he had an issue. I remember that in the late 90s. And also, people were looking at the fact that Tiger Woods was laughing along. He was, with these racist, what was that racist golfer he passed away though, that he was hanging with, and he could tell racist jokes around. So people knew, and it's very obvious with Tiger Woods, because if you notice, he don't choose cobbling Asian women. Do he even get with Asian women? Do he even get with women that look like his mama? No. Tiger Woods was straight white. That was not about him trying to embrace my mom's heritage and my dad's full heritage. And that wasn't even about that. That was just, I'm anything but Black. Okay? Because if you notice, it's no coincidence that all the women that Tiger Woods would get with was anything, you know what I'm saying? They were not even Asian women, not even mixed women, not even women who look like himself. Definitely don't even look like his mama. He would get with straight up white and the blondest of white women. Okay, so we knew what was up. You say Rihanna's trash? Besides a little satanic stuff, I actually kind of dug Rihanna. It seemed like she belonged in the 80s as a singer. I would have dug Rihanna. I think her voice kind of unique. I actually would have been more into Rihanna than Beyonce. I know you don't hear me, but it's just something. But I never saw her as like R&B though. I never saw her, but it's like, I don't know, she got a sound that kind of makes me think of the 80s. And it's just like when I compare, like there were those who loved Janet Jackson, but I was kind of more into Jodie Wiley because it was just something a little more interesting. And I kind of find that with Rihanna, she's to me interesting. It's just the satanic stuff. That's the only thing that pushes me away. When it gets too satanic and too sexual, then that kind of pushed me away. Is all the okay, Of course, I had to because I actually like that song that so many people eventually found annoying, the Umbrella song. But I actually liked it, just like I liked El Marie, But I actually liked the Umbrella. Oh gosh, am I admitting to that? But I don't know. To me, I showed like that more than the single ladies. Oh, that was annoying. That music showed like that more than to the left, to the left. So I prefer the Destiny's Child stuff going back to the 90s. But that was Destiny's Child, not Beyonce. But actually, I kind of, and she had an interesting voice, like a singer in the 80s. It just seemed like Rihanna should have been an 80s artist. I can't describe what I mean exactly, but yeah, I was liking the Tyler but I ain't gonna lie, I can't say that anything is since the Water song. And I can't say that. Come Chanel, nah, I'm not really feeling it. But I mean, it's fine. But it's not my generation anyway. So, but I'm just only thing I'm concerned. You're already pretty. You already have the sex appeal. All right. So when you got to be sex. But anyways, getting back on what I was saying in regards to yeah, like we have to acknowledge that. Yeah, and being that, yeah, she has Zulu. You can see that in the shape of her head. That's how she just like, yeah, you can see she got that Zulu just like what's her name, Doja Cat. That's why they could rock it if they wanted to. They could rock the heads bald. It's funny you got the exotic talking about. Yeah, I saw that. Hate no reason hating on. Damn well, even if Olandria was bald, she looked better than your ass. And I'm gonna say that. Even bald, BDB or whatever, she looked better than you hiding behind the thing. And we know this until you can show and prove. And all of you who are laughing about that, okay, until you can show and prove me wrong, I will give you your props when you show yourself, not the AI image, but when you show yourself and show me otherwise, I don't give a damn what your hair text is. I don't care how low it is, this and that. I don't care what the text is. If you can show otherwise, bald even, she look better than you. But yeah, they got them, her and Doja, they got them Zulu shaped heads. I know they're not all the same. But yeah, those are heads that look awesome bald. I'm not saying that, a woman should be bald, but a lot of women they ain't got the shaved head. I can't rock it bald. I ain't gonna lie. I couldn't do that. I know some women are totally dependent on hair. I may be one of them because I ain't got the shaved head for it. But yeah. But yeah, within her case, and we got to consider that. Yeah, and not all black, what was defined as black, it ain't all the same. But we have to consider in what we consider also black here may not be considered the same somewhere else. And we got to consider ethnicity and terminology and nationality, and we got to take all that into consideration. Like what I was saying, but don't assume. Some people are talking, they think that because they see lighter skinned people in South Africa that they're automatically colored. Now we do know that there are, like, this is a photo here, it's from Wikipedia, a photo of extended mixed race family roots in Cape Town, South Africa, Kimberley and Pretoria, South Africa. This photo was taken from Cape, in Thornton, Cape Town in 2000, and this is a family of mostly colored people. Okay, it does look like there's maybe someone, perhaps by marriage, who may not be considered colored. And I'm not just going by skin color, but yeah. So they do acknowledge, and that's the thing, they have their own separate communities even. That's another thing too. When we consider ethnicity, we should also consider communities, because we can say, like, Latino, like let's say a Mexican, predominantly Mexican, or predominantly like in Chicago, the Pilsen area, Humboldt Park, where we have Latino people who share the same or who are grouped in the same ethnicity. We have Latino communities. Can we say that there may have been once upon a time in the United States, like let's say perhaps a mulatto community or society or blue vein or whatever, but today, and or at least within the last 50, maybe 60, 70 years, can we say that there has been mulatto communities? They tried though. Come to find out, they tried. Like, besides the Creole, I think the only one that made, like, besides the Creole community. So, but the census don't seem to recognize that. I don't even think that they would consider that Latino with the Creole, despite French being a Latin language. I think in the United States it's not considered Latin. Yeah. Or Latino, or Latino. But yeah, just because, and it's not just about with South Africa, because let's not get it twisted. Because the South Africans have lighter skin, people think that, oh, that's a result of the white colonizers. No, it's not. And like I said, just because the Khoi, well, anyways, like you see this actress here, her name is Cindy. I can't say her last name, but she was in Blood and Water series. She's been in quite a few, but she is not colored. Okay, you do have black people. Okay, and if they were to give you a DNA test and they would show them matched up pretty much 100% with South Africa, like this woman, she is not colored. She just happened to be of a lighter complexion. She was on this actress you saw in Blood and Water, and she was playing the character Zama Netflix series, and she's been in quite a few of these South African films. And I don't think that I do know some of these like Nigerian and South African actresses and actors, they may do some skin bleaching. I don't believe that's the case. You do have those people like of Namibia and Southern African countries like South Africa, Namibia. Now, maybe that has something to do with the Khoi and San ancestry, perhaps. But like this actress here, what's her name? Her name is, it's Natasha. Yeah, I think Natasha Dalane, or she's another actress, South African actress who is not colored. Okay. And they've even, like in Blood and Water, reference black. But she's not colored, but she is of a lighter complexion. And another way you could tell, look at the hair texture. So more than likely, these are people. Now, but what's interesting, she has Zulu ancestry, I believe, and she is this is the same female here. This is her here. And this is also her. She was also in the Blood and Water series that I like, playing Wendy Lamini. But she's an actress. But also she is, I believe, like the grandniece or granddaughter of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Those of us, we know of him, especially when we consider, yeah. And speaking of Desmond Tutu, you have Nelson Mandela, who not exactly light skinned, but he is of a lighter complexion. And people want to say, oh, that has to do with European or Asian DNA. That's bull, okay? Now, for one, he was predominantly in the haplogroup E1B1A. Just like Black American men, E1B1A. That is his predominant haplogroup. However, in looking at him, I would believe that there is also, and especially considering he's from South Africa, I definitely believe that he is also some Khoisan, well, they now just say, put it together as Khoisan or Capoid DNA. Like when you consider the Khoi and San people, the Khoi people, the San people of South Africa, used to be called Bushmen of Namibia. That's a South African guy. I mean, like Southern African countries, like Namibia. Okay, think of the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy. This female here, this is not about some Asian admixture. People are so hung up on complexion. Well, what about the hair texture? How is it that you're looking at complexion, but you're overlooking, in fact, these people, they perhaps have the most tightly coiled hair, along with some of the biggest booties. Okay, I'm not just saying this to be funny, but they have some of the most tightly coiled hair that it could be put in the category of 4D. So how is it that Asian DNA, it gave them lighter skin and what y'all believe, squinty eyes, or the epicapnic fold lacking, but it didn't do anything to the hair and it didn't give them a flatter booty? That's also why I believe, if you notice, South African women, they tend to be more, a lot of them are very, very curvaceous, having, seem to have these, really got the onion. Like I said with my sister, who surprisingly, her daughter, my biracial niece, her DNA showed a little bit, initially it showed a little bit of Khoisan. Very small, but that was surprising. Like I always look, Brandy kind of has some, and my sister was caramel skin. But that, considering my sister's deceased, never took a DNA test. She's been deceased since 2007. But considering my niece's DNA test, even though my sister and I had a different father, that tells me that my sister's father had little to no white ancestry as well. And my sister was caramel skin. She was about the same complexion. Yeah, my sister was like, she was about caramel skin, maybe a little darker than this girl, just a little darker than this girl here. But this is where, the Hottentots, Sarah Bartman, she was of these people. The Hottentot Venus was the bustle era. And it's funny, my sister had eyes similar. Well, that's these eyes here in my family. Yeah, my sister was around this complexion. Yeah, she had like little small nose and lips, just like, she had kind of thick lips like this. Her mouth wasn't as wide as mine, but she had thick lips like this and a small nose like this. And she had eyes that, and my sister's hair was definitely 4C, perhaps even 4D. But yeah, my sister, this is something I noticed too. You do have these people, like if we're just talking black people, a lot of the black people I know that have like lighter, yeah, you do have a lot of black people with lighter skin who are not necessarily mixed, and yet they are more likely to have more tightly coiled hair. I know, I'm just talking about an observation. This ain't something that I can say is factual, but it's very, very interesting. Like I think of the people that's darker skinned in my family, they seem to have a kind of looser. It was a darker, just like in my husband, who's rather dark skinned, but have kind of like a looser curl. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know if y'all felt that. Of course, that's not something I could, prove. But yeah, how is it that, okay, if they are mixed, why is it that you can see it supposedly in the skin complexion, because they're trying to give you an explanation why these people are lighter, but you don't see it in the hair or the booty? And that's why I think South African women got some of the best shapes. going by what my ethnicity would see as a nice shape. White people may see it differently, but going by my, South African women, I think they got some banging shapes. A lot of them. But yeah, these people are very indigenous. Now, I don't necessarily believe that theory that they're the original people. I think that is they are the original people of all humans. I think that is just a theory that they have concocted. I don't necessarily believe the out of Africa theory as it's thought. I think that this is a theory that evolutionists have concocted because they need an explanation of where lighter skin, whiter skin people come from. Do you understand? So by using the Khoisan people and looking at their complexion And going along with the out of Africa theory, I think it's easier. And they do put them in the males in the haplogroup of A. Some people saying, oh, it's mixed DNA because some of them have traces, small traces of E1B1B. There are some of them who have been tested. Remember what I told you, E1B1B did not originate with Europeans. In fact, that is why it is E1B1B. The letters and the numbers represent the lowercase letters and numbers. They represent subclades of E1B. Do you understand? They represent subclades of E1B, which tells you that E1B1B is related to E1B1A, even though today they've changed the lettering and stuff somewhat. And that's on purpose. Yeah, they say, well, there are a lot of people like, Adolf Hitler. He was E1B1B, and Lyndon B. Johnson, white man. Yeah, it eventually, that's why I tell you, I believe that E1B1B was originally Esau, okay? And I don't believe Esau was originally white. Yes, E1B1B is a traveling man, and they've been through Europe and mixed again with the whiter people. So yeah, they're going to look whiter eventually. But not all of Esau's descendants mixed. I do believe that there are some in Nigeria, perhaps the Idoma people, but I don't know. Because there hasn't been anything specific I found with them being tested, like what haplogroup they were in. Because I was not able to find. But anyways, there are traces of, because so they're trying to say because E1B1B is found in Europe, just like R1B, which is also in Africa and may have even originated in Africa, but they're trying to say that makes these people mixed with non-Africoid, or what they want to believe is non-black. No, E1B1B is definitely related to E1B1A, which is the predominant haplogroup of Black American men. And a lot of the men y'all would see as Bantu, whether they belong to the language group or not, in Africa. That's definitely Negro, okay, E1B1A. Desmond Tutu, predominantly E1B1A, by the way. But most of these people are in the Y DNA haplogroup of A. Now, the LMT, or maternal DNA haplogroup, the L haplogroup, that's also shared with Black women. That's the haplogroup more than likely I would be under. Black women in the United States, as well as in the African continent. So we may be of the same maternal haplogroup of the L's. There's LO, L1, L, So I do believe that most of the women are of the same mtDNA haplogroup as a lot of us Black American women. However, the Y DNA haplogroup, or of the males, or the paternal, is different. Most of the Khoisan people fall either in the A haplogroup. That is, and just because there are some that have been found to have E1B1B in them, that does not mean that they represent what would have been categorized as a totally different race. And like I said, race was initially, though, about phenotype, because once upon a time, Blumenbach, we were all categorized as Ethiop. Yeah, anybody could see that Nelson Mandela, now this, woman of, I believe, Namibia. It's so funny, like they want an explanation for the lighter skin. No, they're just the lighter skinned indigenous people. But we don't do this with Europeans. And why come we don't, just like these exoticals, how come nobody's looking at that when it comes to white people and the diversity with the hair color? How come I don't see people they feel that they got to have a mixed light skin, they got to group people like only blonde haired, blue eyed. Even Adolf Hitler didn't even, you know what I'm saying? Even though he felt the ideal white people were blonde hair, blue eye, even though he was not. And it's believed that he even may have had, but anyways. But it's interesting. He was E1B1B. He had E1B1B in him. even if it wasn't predominant. But yeah, interesting, is it not? But this is what I'm talking about when I talk about Esau. But anyways, but yeah, yeah. So I wouldn't. But anyways, going. You know, I don't think I want to talk about it today because I haven't talked about this long enough. Yeah. So like I said, yeah, and I will show you, like in my yeah, initially race was more so about, anthropologically speaking, they were looking more so. It's from my ancient Egypt series. They were looking more so at the phenotype. Need to upload this one by one. They were looking more so, all of these people here, including this woman from the Horn of Africa, this person here, despite the size of the nose, and they put them all in the category of Ethiop. And this Capoid woman, or Khoisan woman, they put them all in the category once upon a time, as I show you guys, of Ethiop. The original of yeah, they put them in the category of Ethiop.
Was developed around 1800 by Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. The concept of a Caucasian race was developed around 1800 by Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. Johann was a German physician, naturalist, physiologist, and anthropologist. He was one of the first to explore the study of mankind as an aspect of natural history. Race was invented by Johann Friedrich Blumenbach in his book on the natural varieties of mankind. And some say that race was invented to justify European imperialism. His teachings in comparative anatomy were implied to the classification of what he called human races, of which he determined there to be 5. Blumenbach named it after the peoples of the Caucasus region, whom he considered to be the archetype for the grouping. He based his classification of the
So you see here, the Caucasus, between the Black Sea and the White Sea, or aka the Caspian Sea.
Caucasian race primarily on craniology. Blumenbach wrote, Caucasian variety, I have taken the name of this variety from Mount Caucasus, both because its neighborhood and especially its southern slope produces the most beautiful race of men, I mean the Georgian, and because all physiological reasons converge to this, that in that region, if anywhere, it seems we ought with the greatest probability to place the autochrones, if I'm saying it correctly, or birthplace of mankind. So it's obvious that this guy was a white supremacist, if not the father of white supremacy.
So really the concept of race, it's really just a concocted concept. But since we're living in the Western world, and since we go by these things, and we're living in America, so I'm giving it consideration.
Ideas led to Johann Blumenbach's ideas led to the widely held conclusion that the purest and most beautiful whites were the Circassians, one tribe of the Caucasian region of Russia, a mountainous area on the Black Sea close to Turkey.
So it's interesting. So yeah, my niece would still be considered mulatto, going by the terms, but that's the thing too. When I remember Harvey Superboy was so adamant to stress that Kim Kardashian isn't white. I'm like, well, once upon a time, these were considered the original white people, but once upon a time. But it's interesting how today now those of the yeah, because when you saw the map showing the Caucasus region, and yeah, Armenian was definitely yeah, like good. And then there are some white people today, and those who would be considered Anglo-Saxon, they are stressing that they don't feel that they should be called Caucasian anymore because they're saying that they have nothing to do with the Caucasus area. That's what's interesting too. You have white people who would be considered Anglo-Saxon of Western European descent. They are saying that they don't think that they should be called Caucasian anymore because they feel that, considering where the Caucasus, the origin of the Caucasus.
In the United States, the term Caucasian has been mainly used to describe a group commonly called white Americans, as defined by the government and Census Bureau. Caucasian, as applied to a race of people, is clearly based in discredited anthropological notions and in racist tendencies, which are slowly but certainly being recognized and addressed. Caucasian is properly applied to those people, past and present, living in the region designated the Caucasus. Now, let me repeat this again. Race was invented by Johann, and some say that race was invented to justify European imperialism. Now, who in the hell was this Johann?
I want to play it.
White supremacy and men of colors. Before this time, all men were brothers.
Let me see. Maybe I'll speed it up.
It was Johann.
Now, as for the term Negro or Negro, the Portuguese who started the mid-Atlantic slave trade were the first to use that term. And supposedly they were just referring to the people of the African continent with dark to black skin.
Now, understand, when I originally did this video, of course, it's been over 10 years now. This is like nearly 15 years ago, I believe, when I first upload my initial upload with this series. I have since then, I have learned that Negro actually referred to those who were out of Iberia, Portugal and Spain, that, and eventually shipped to, eventually shipped to the west coast of Africa and like West Africa and the Americas. Just for the knowing.
These weren't just those of Western and Central Africa, although that is where many of us African slave descendants derive from or were taken from. It was just about the black complexion or color, right? However, although they were basically basing our race by our complexion and the continent we derive from, that word was not just about color. Origin of...
Yeah, so I go further into... Yeah, but initially... Yeah, and then I talk about Ethiopians. But hold on. So I go further. In part 3.
Now, at her Eurocentricist blog, Matilda is always correct. These slick and will have light on all. Say this because they don't want to be so obvious. Yet, by still labeling them as Caucasian, it is they don't white, although associated with Caucasian. Considering that not all of these Africa, particularly Ethiopia and Eritrea, and considering that not all of these people have light to white skin as commonly associated with Caucasians, they try to be slick and say that not all Caucasians are white, although she considers herself a Caucasian. But they only say this because they don't want to be so obvious with the racist claiming everyone on every continent as part of the white family. Yet, by still labeling them as Caucasian, it is a slick way of saying that these people are closer to us, white people, than they are closer to you, black people. Now, as we've learned, Johann Blumenbach, the originator of this term, the Caucasian race, and the one who thought the Caucasian race were the most beautiful race or the most beautiful people, initially he was just referring to the people who derived from the Caucasus regions between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, choosing them for the archetype for the grouping. And German philosopher and historian and polygynist Christoph Meiners, if I'm saying correctly, who was one of the earliest practitioners of scientific racism, labeled Caucasians primarily by complexion, claiming that Caucasians had the whitest, most blooming, and most delicate skin. And if there were those in Europe who did not have this light, bright complexion, he did not consider them as true Caucasians, but Caucasians who were mixed with Mongoloid.
Okay, so as you can see here, hopefully you guys can hear me. As you can see here, yeah, um, miners, yeah, along with Blumenbach, they did not, how they're claiming now that these people, like for instance, of the Horn of Africa, or even certain, or let's say they, and like NYTN had even showed that even in the early 20th century, Greek and Italian people, they were not considered white people even in the early 20th century. It seemed like they were accepted as official. Now they may have by then been considered Caucasian, but they still weren't considered white people, at least until the time of World War II. But there was a time when they were not even considered Caucasian, but as they saw them as soiled, as miners, Christoph miners, these early architects of race and racism. Yeah, and it's interesting that Mongoloid, what they considered the Mongoloid race, some people believe that that was the earlier mix. Like many of these people were some of the initial hybrids. That's what they believe. Even when you think about it, Mongol and mongrel, they sound very similar. Mongol and mongrel. And they used to actually try to teach that mixed people, if you were mixed, like I remember my mama told me when I was younger that they used to a derogatory slur that they used to call people with Down syndrome, like my uncle, or my late uncle who had Down syndrome, or what was referred to, even though it's offensive today, as mental retardation. She said that they would refer to him as Mongolian. They had a derogatory term was Mongolian idiots, like saying because they had this belief that, well, they being that considering how the eyes of a lot of people who have Down syndrome, they tend to have these eyes that some would say are kind of like like when they were talking about people were trying to taunt the rapper Ice Spice and her eyes, but they wanted to teach like this was a result of racial mixing or something, and that like it may cause, even teaching that it may cause like an inferior brain or something like that. And of course we know that there are a lot of very, very, very intelligent people of what may have been referred to as the Oriental or Mongoloid, even though we don't use the term Oriental no more. I still got to look into when did that become offensive. But we know, there are a lot of highly intelligent people, as we know. But yeah, they used to actually teach that. Okay, so Mongoloid pertaining to or characteristics of the. Okay, yeah. So they put these in the category of. So that's interesting. Once upon a time, they put this person here. What's this, John? Of pertaining to or characteristic of one of the traditional racial divisions of humankind, marked by yellowish complexion, prominent cheekbones, epicanthic fold about the eyes, and straight black hair, and including the Mongols, Manchus, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, Annamese, Siamese, Burmese, Tibetans, and to some extent the Eskimos, or now referred to as Inuit people, like of Alaska and Canada, and the American Indians. But it's interesting, the people, like the Jawa people of the Andaman Islands, who are very, very dark people, they share the same haplogroup, Y-DNA haplogroup of the Asian men of Tibet. Okay, the term comes from the Mongol people of East Asia who invaded much of Eurasia during the 13th century, establishing the Mongol Empire. And and perhaps Magog, because I believe the MG, I do believe that some of these people are descendants of Magog, who is a descendant of Japheth, spoken of in the scriptures. But I do believe that there has been some mixing. I do believe that you've had descendants of Esau who also mixed in. I do believe that some of these people may have Canaanite ancestry, like when we consider the Hittites. Yeah, and I do believe that there has been some mixing, like when we consider the Scythians. Okay, the term comes from the Mongol people of East Asia who invaded much of Eurasia during the 13th century, establishing the Mongol Empire. Oh yeah, I already read that. The first usage of the term Mongolian race was by Christoph Meiners in a binary racial scheme of two races, with the Caucasian whose racial purity was exemplified by the venerated ancient Germans and Mongolians who consisted of everyone else. So they felt everyone else. Like if you, yeah, because there was a time when they wanted us to see things in merely black or white, and it was way more esoteric than you may, even though some of these people may have followed certain teachings of evolution and stuff. I believe it was way more esoteric than, you know, the whole concept of black and white or black versus white. And so Mongol in between. So really they wanted you to see, you know, for the most part, 3 races, but Blumenbach eventually, you know, gave us like 5 initial racial categories. Okay. The term Mongolian was borrowed from Meiners by Johann Blumenbach to describe second race, which includes that part of Asia beyond the Ganges and below the river Amur. Interesting. Which looks towards the south, together with the islands. Yeah, some people believe that Amur, you know, that may have derived from Amorites, descendants of Canaan. I don't know. But okay, which looks toward the south, together with the islands and the greater part of these countries, which is now called Australia. Okay. And I give you the source here.
Was looking at, thus, this early definer of the Caucasian race was looking at complexion to determine race, or what he saw as most beautiful. And Blumenbach shared the same idealism. And anyone with darker skin was considered ugly, or if mixed with Caucasian, soiled. They differentiated Mongoloids of Asia from Caucasoids.
That's why I named it this, because okay, I named this the Egyptians were burnt Caucasians. Hilarious, because they claim that these were dark Caucasians, and the only way you would have dark white people is if they were, you know, sunburnt. So I was saying, you know, this idea, this concept, because there was no such thing. That's why I named it this. There was no such thing as a dark Caucasian. All right, they were really, you know, initially.
But today, these are all of the people that they label as Caucasian or primarily Caucasian. Of course, all of Europe, people in Asia, people in Australia, North America, South America, and even many people in Africa. Now remember, Europid.
Now tell me.
In Africa. Now remember.
Where are the European features here? I do not see a European shaped skull. This is not a typical Caucasian, what they initially categorized, or if you understand skull shapes, volume, indices, cranial indices, all that, this is not a European skull shape here. Forehead, all of that. The cheekbones, the mouth, the nose even. There's nothing, this is not your typical Turkic Roman Greco. This is not Roman Grecian Turkic nose here. The mouth, the lips, the eyes, the eye color. Do you think that this is a mixed man, the way that they would tell you? Or is this a man from a part of Africa where there's actually, despite him sweating here, it's hot, but not so humid and tropical?
Remember, Europid or Europoid is synonymous with Caucasoid, and that implies that Caucasians derive from Europe, not Africa. Yet they lay claim on even the indigenous people of Africa. I mean, they refer to each.
By the way, this is a man of Somali. They label him as Caucasian. This is a Somali, but they would like to claim that Yeah, it says Africoid. He's a Somali man. Africoid of elongated variety. African with these facial features were labeled Hamitic and were thought to have Caucasian admixture. Lord. Well, this man here is kind of setting things straight. Well, hold on. But anyways, and as I showed y'all with now in the case of Mustafa Hefni, going back to talking about ancestry. Now you remember Mustafa Hefni. Well, sorry, you may see mummies here. And
similarities with Negroid sub-Saharan populations are particularly strong in skulls from southern Upper Egypt. Those opposed to an African origin for the Egyptians often cite Brace, which claim to have found Egyptians to be closer to Europeans than Africans. But Howells criticizes this study's measurements as overemphasizing the shape of the nose instead of evaluating the entire skull. However, it must be noted that studies have also found some evidence for change in Egyptian skull shapes over time, possibly as a result of mixing with non-Egyptian immigrants.
okay.
Beginning of Egyptian kingdom. For example, the set of skulls from very late in
classifying Egyptian immigrants as white while some of them are not.
I'm a black man, as you see.
Now understand, he's a black man by race in the United States. He came over to the United States around the 1970s. He's an educator, but he was born in Egypt. Okay, he was born Mustafa Hefni. Yeah, he was born in Egypt, but he came to the United States, became a resident, legal resident in around the 1970s, as I believe. He became an educator. But now, like he said, in his country, they initially, let me see if I can find with Mustafa Hefni. Maybe it's in part 6 where he's speaking. Now, in talking about ethnicity, in his case, he initially identified by his ethnicity. However, coming to the United States, okay, and he talks about it here. Hold on. Well, this is from, part 6. Yeah, okay. He even tried to send a letter to President Obama at that time. Now this is a letter that he had received, but he in 1987, I believe. Yeah, because his survival was threatened because of how he wanted to identify. But he even tried to write President Obama, who, like, how is Obama being considered black and I'm not? Even though, Obama got a whole non-black parent. So I'm sure he's like, what the hell? He said they never got back to him. In fact, it seemed like he kind of disappeared because I was, following on Facebook and stuff, and I have not seen anything from him since then. But let me try to find, I thought I had it in this series. I know I did. But just sharing here. Okay, I'll share it from this channel here. Oh, so he got his own YouTube channel. Didn't know that. He's probably seen my video. Yeah, also. But yeah, it's kind of like I haven't heard anything from 5 years. I know I was following him in Facebook, seeking help from Reverend Jesse Jackson on racial injustice. Please vote. Am I black or white? Yeah, he's been for some years now a man who is classified as a white man. Now he's talking race now. He's not talking, he acknowledges his ethnicity as an Arab man. He acknowledges that, and he acknowledges his original nationality as an Egyptian. But they want so badly to make the point that Egyptians were not black, so he must, because that would mean they would have to give credit to black people for these ancient civilizations.
Mother is lighter than I am. I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. In Egypt, people are identified by the religion first, not the race.
So in Egypt, he's saying that, like, it could be said that it is more about the ethnicity before the race, religion being like part of that ethnicity.
So in Egypt, if you are Christian, you are a minority person. But if you're black, you're not a minority person. You are a part of the mainstream society. And I came from this background. And in Egypt, you identify as Arab and as Muslim. And in this country, when I first came, I identified myself as Arab American and Muslim first. And gradually, I became to identify myself as black. I came to the US in 1978, and I became US citizen in 1985. When I became a US resident, I was told by the Immigration and Naturalization that I am white. And I told them that I'm black, and they said, no, in this country, you are white. All Arabs in this country, all Arab immigrants are white. I didn't pay much attention in the beginning to this, because in the Arab world, we identify with our ethnicity first as Arabs, and then with the race second as black or white or whatever. But in this country, you identify with your racial group first and then with your ethnicity second. Gradually, I became black first and Arab second. And I rejected my white classification publicly for the first time in 1987, in February, as a panelist in a function sponsored by the Association of the Study of Black Life and History in Detroit. I said that I belong to two minority groups. I'm Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer.
So he said he's, he understands his ethnicity, Egyptian, and part of his ethnicity is also his religion, his culture. So he acknowledges that. But he's not denying, he understood that in the United States, they are very race first. And I think that's a lot of people get this understanding. But notice what he was also told. But see, they wanted him, however, this is very interesting. Thank you for watching, by the way, Aspiring. I appreciate the support, you guys.
Black American, and I'm racially black. I belong to two minority groups in Detroit. I said that...
imagine him living in Detroit. So I can imagine, in the 1970s, he probably experienced some racial profiling that reminded him that, this is America. Yeah, if you understand what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that he was in any sort of denial or anything like that, but if it was different, just like, with Tyler and her country, if things were, there may, like, for instance, the way, like, Tyler probably came from a community. I'm not sure, but she probably came from a colored or mixed community, even where they have their own community. Whereas in the United States, it's going to be a little different.
I belong to two minority groups. I'm Arab American. I said that I belong to two minority groups. I'm Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I work for a white school district. The superintendent is white. All the associate superintendents are white, even though that we provide services to 30% black population. But the organization is white and the approach is very white. The attitude towards me changed completely after I went out publicly and rejected my white classification. One coworker came to...
Now, why did they want him to categorize himself as white, even though I'm pretty sure he, living in America and in Detroit at that time, unlike how it may be today, where you have those who may be seen as model minorities, whatever. But at that time, the 70s, now I don't know if some may think they're getting a special treatment today, but I can imagine at that time, you just all black. You understand what I'm saying? And he probably dealt with racial profiling. There's no telling. Yes, even in the 70s. Yes, even in the 70s. Yeah. And He said, yeah, because they had to keep up with the lie that the Egyptians are white when they are not. Right. And he being from exactly, and him being from Egypt, he know better than that, despite what they decided to show us on TV. Because I'm sure he was around other people who are also black people in Egypt, even at that time, by that time. I'm sure he knew abundance of black people who would be racially categorized as black. Like there was somebody who said they went to Saudi. Okay, well they were in the military, and they said they were shocked when they were seeing that they seeing black people in like what was it, Saudi Arabia, and they were shocked like they seeing these people, and and they saying that they don't let them even take photographs. They don't want people like photographers and stuff taking pictures. This because they want you to see these countries, whether it's Iran or Mesopotamia and in North Africa. It's like what they want you to see. And see, even though in his real life he's probably getting this experience, being reminded, but they still want him to, being that he was born in Egypt, they don't want him on his birth, on his on his ID or what. They don't want him putting that he's black, because they have to make the statement and stress that the Egyptians are white and were white.
To me and told me, a white coworker came to me and towards me changed completely after I went out publicly and rejected my white classification. One coworker came to me and told me, a white coworker came to me and told me right after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over.
So you gotta understand, his survival is now being threatened. His survival, and this is what I'm trying to get other, Black America. I'm not saying that that's an excuse to assimilate in that manner, putting down black people, but there's no telling what other people are being told when they come to this country. Like there are people who are saying they have been told, well, you don't want to live with these people. These people are, and then you got to also think too, you got these generations now, like of millennials and stuff, who were, let's say, born in the 80s and stuff. And I've heard people, like I had a friend, like I said, she was from Senegal, went to the school, the college. She said that now, she's now in her like early, I believe she was like an early millennial, and she's in her 40s now. But I haven't contacted her in a while, but we may still be Facebook friends. But she was telling me how, they were also flooded with movies like Boys in the Hood and Men's Society. And, I said, wow. I said, it is funny. When I was younger, I was seeing all these, like, they would show like African people, like whether it was a National Geographic special or whatever, it was always hunger, starvation, poverty, third world, or warring. The images that we got of Africa, right? I mean, I knew better, me having the mother I have and being a person who sought out to learn more. But I'm just saying, when I was a child, yeah, but she was saying how, and her being younger than me, she was saying how, so there's no telling now, these millennials, they're in the 30s, 40s, coming over here to this country, they probably do have a different attitude. And then no telling what they're being told also when they come over here. You're better, because I've been on story with people saying, you got people like Just Pearly Things putting in their head that they're harder workers. Remember when she said she got these, the Africans are harder work, and they're hearing this, and you understand what I'm saying? Or you're better citizens, saying all this stuff to divide us. So there's no telling also what different people are being told. And then when it's like this, in his case, where it even has an effect on your survival, like you must have this, like you must totally not see yourself in any sort of manner, even if we're just talking, because all that race, it was about phenotype. They weren't looking at, but they're telling him, oh, you will be fired. You will lose your livelihood, your survival, the survival of you and your family, your children. It will all be affected if you don't, in this manner, assimilate. Remember what I shared from from that documentary when it was talking about the documentary and talking about with the GI Bill and yeah, and when the white guy was saying, even though I'm not going to take that as excuse, but he was saying it's not that we don't like the blacks, but when they always almost make it seem as if you gotta move or you gotta go sell your house and move to these suburbs or you gotta, or the property, they're like almost like you have to form these Irish unions and this and that, almost like making people feel like this is a part of your survival. Like almost like assimilation, to assimilate, you have to be, even when you look at these Asian Americans who are straight up, and even when we look at Latinos, like, okay, when a person, I remember, and I use Colombian as an example because I remember when I was in high school and I was on my little pro-black tip, and it was this, we were having a discussion on race. And I was in high school, and it was this girl, and I definitely used Colombian as an example because she was Colombian, of Colombian descent, and I was in high school in Milwaukee, and she was saying how the Latinos, we don't have all this and that, like black this and that. I said, okay, so you okay with being Colombian and calling yourself Columbus, and like what about your native? You know what I'm saying? Your native ancestry. She ain't really think about that, but you're totally cool with taking on the identity of Columbus and speaking the European, and that's fine. That's what you mostly identify with, and that might be what's predominantly in your DNA, like with a lot of Latino. That may be fine. That ain't the case with every single one, but it seems like you're totally fine with the total assimilation to what is predominantly European, from the name Columbus to But she was trying to put it to me like, oh, with their people, Latinos, it don't matter. And yes, it does. Now, I didn't go all into what I could have went into, because that's a damn lie. Because if that was the case in these Latin American countries, you would not have, see, they got some of them under the illusion of inclusion. As long as we all call ourselves Mexican, Puerto Rican, or we're all one. But yet, if that is really the case, and I was told by a Puerto Rican that it really ain't deep down, but if that was really the case, then why is it that the people who are in positions of power, like the political leaders and stuff, why do they have the whitest of white skin? Why come none of them ever look like Celia Cruz? And they don't even look like the mestizo. They're usually the whitest of white people. And even when you look at the like Telemundo, like the little soap operas and all that stuff, it'd be the whitest looking Latinos if that was really the truth. They just under the illusion of inclusion. Where it's a little different in the United States. But they're under this illusion of inclusion. Hey, there's no, because we're all Mexican, we're all Colombian or whatever. We're all Dominican. But if you notice, it's obviously there's a caste system. Even if it's not spoken out loud, you can't tell me. That's no coincidence, unless I'm going to actually believe that having less melanin, that's going to make you just more intelligent. Unless I believe, and that's ridiculous to believe. I'm not an idiot. So that tells me that there's definitely a caste system of some sort. And it's, that's what I had a friend in the 90s. This is after high school, though. Puerto Rican. He told me, I've never been there, but he claimed that there are like these neighborhoods where black neighborhoods. He said, but he put it to me like they look more at complexion, though. In the United States, we're not going to necessarily look, black neighborhood and just base it on complexion like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? But he said that they look, that's the thing he said there are like these, what would be considered black neighborhoods. He said, he said, but they look more at complexion. More so than we would. We would look at, our people, we look at not just your complexion, like black. That's what I'm saying. How is black actually defined in the United States? There are some people, they do just, maybe some places, they do just look at complexion. I think in the United States, it might be kind of similar to like how it is in Australia. They're not just, in Australia, those who they call black people, they're not just looking at complexion, but like if they can see, I guess if that indigenous ancestry is more visible. In other words, if you're not white passing, you're black. I think that's kind of how it is in Australia too. If you're not white, European passing, you're black. And yeah, the concept of mejor la raza, improve the race, meaning marrying a white European person to erase African. Yes, and Taino and indigenous blood. See, this is also a trick that they did too, to have them under the illusion of inclusion. That's why, in a way, I'm not so mad at how things were done in America. I do understand those who may be disappointed because once upon a time there was a mulatto community, but at the same time, in the United States, yeah, with the one drop rule, that was about white folks not wanting to pass on anything to their white children or half white children. That's also what that was about. And of course, even though they realized with the one drop rule, like they could use that in for that could work. They put them in the black race, but they could not be a part of the white race. Like, we'll use you as a buffer for the black race, but not with us. Hell no. Because even that's what I talked about when you think about these movies and books, Imitation of Life, and I noticed that they were written by white women, some of them Jewish white women. These books, all this, on what they referred to as the tragic mulatto story that became some of the earlier films in Hollywood on race. In those earlier films, now I know we had like Birth of a Nation and stuff, which is just racist, but some of them earlier films where they seemed like they were sympathetic toward the black cause, and if you notice, they were about someone who was biracial, even if they were white actors playing a biracial initially. And I realized, like, why was it white women that, But okay. And if I were to come to my own assumption, I think even like with a film like Imitation of Life, as endearing as that film was, but maybe these white women were trying to send a message to black mamas, like let's say my mama and black mothers, like, you better raise her to be that child to be black. If this biracial child try to pass, and they'll take what I'm talking about right now and run with it on these other channels, as they did when I talked about New Jack City. But even though they act like they are against me, but then they'll take my talking points. But this is my theory. If I were to guess, I think that they were perhaps trying to tell black women, you better raise your, because at that time, usually if it was a biracial child, it would usually be black mom. Going back, let's say like 1950s, the black parent would usually be the mother. Not in all cases, but and I think they were sending a message, like, especially now that the one drop rule is in effect, definitely by the 1950s, they like sending a message that if you this is post Plessy versus Ferguson, yeah, if you raise your daughter to be anything other than black, or do you think that she could, even if she could pass for white, this is what's going to happen. She is going to she's going to she will only get a job being a cabaret, a showgirl or a stripper, like in the movie. If she thinks she can try to take the place of white women or be a white woman, these things are going to happen. She's going to get brutally beat up by her boyfriend, Troy Donahue, once he finds out that she's got a Negro parent. She's going to, and also, like, perhaps it was sending a message to the biracial young person at that time. If you try to pass for white, you are going to eventually break your mama's heart and she will die. And this, and that is going to happen to you. Like, as a way of keeping them, like, no, honey, you are not going to, you can take these roles from black women in Hollywood, but you ain't replacing Lana Turner. You know what I'm saying? You will not be replacing Lana Turner. You will not be taking, no, it's not happening. Whereas earlier on, yeah, of course, they have been, in trying to use, You see white women, oh, hell no. Radon Chong, you can play the role it is, but you will not be, yeah, you can play a black female, but you will not be, like I remember when Apollonia, who is Mexican actually, with probably a small percentage of black in her, but she was still listed in Jet magazine. I remember in the 80s as one of the most beautiful black women, the top 10 most beautiful black women. This was around 1985. Now, yeah, you know, she's in Purple Rain, and, you know, I'm not saying that was race-based or anything, but, and she could play an interest like a Vanity and Action Jackson. But I remember when, and I remember this in the 80s, she became a part of the soap opera, the nighttime soap. What was it, Falcon Crest or something? And I remember, like, who was it? She was with Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, like, oh, hell no, you know. You ain't finna, hell no. That's not happening. But now, if you notice, they are, you know, with the change in the census, and I notice it's white folks that have been stressing, well, Obama's not black. It's funny, the very same people who had years earlier, they was, no, Obama would be black. But now, you see, so why all of a sudden now are they being, you understand what I'm saying? Now they're, yeah. So what's behind that? But then these may be also some of the very same people behind the whole FBA. You know what I'm saying? I see. I could say what I believe is going on, and they will be trying to infiltrate the mulatto spaces too. You best believe. But anyways, yo, and I'm not against them if they want to find a separate identity, but they can't be thinking they're going to be able to speak for. They sure wouldn't be able to speak for my niece. Just as these ones who they want to talk about light-skinned people as if we're a whole separate demographic. I'm sorry, you're not going to separate me from my mama or my daddy or my mama. Okay, you're not. You're not going to separate me from my siblings. If you want to separate from your family, that's fine. You're not separating me from the womb I came from. Rest in peace to my mama. Okay, so speak for your damn self. Anyways.
He said, you have nothing to do with these people. You have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle. You have nothing to do with them.
Look at what he being told. So this is how the white man, just like how they tried to come to me, just because my complexion, screw my DNA. You mix. No, the hell I'm not. Then I got to get to a point of taking the DNA test and sharing it. So they thought that would be a way of flattering me, just like how they flattering some of these black folks. Oh no, you're not, you Indian. Now me saying that I don't want us to refer to ourselves as black, that is not about me. That ain't about no raccooning. Okay? Like with some of these people. That, in fact, I want to keep referring to myself black. That's something spiritual with me. You had these members of they were affiliates. It was a Latina, in fact, of the Golden on the panel telling me, you don't cut me off. You mix. Yeah, because they were used to telling, they wanted people to join. They were used to telling black folks, like the black people that became a part of, well, actually they said it was started by lighter skinned black people, but they knew that they could tell them, no, you look Indian. They were hoping that I would be like, yeah, I do got some Indian in me. Like they thought I was going, because I saw what's going on. Maybe I'm just a different generation. No, I know. Not happening like that with me. I was raised a little differently than some of these other folks. Okay? So then they try to say, oh, you're a light-skinned savior and all this stuff. Like, okay, all right. If you say so. There's only one savior, and that's, for you to even, for so-called Christian to even say that, when you're supposed to, there's only one savior, Yahushua HaMashiach, who you may refer to as Jesus Christ. And they ain't even got it right with that. But anyways, yeah, Yeah, the female. I got all that stuff still. I got all of that saved out. They were talking back then. I got all of that. Okay. Yeah, and it was some Latina, like a Puerto Rican. It gonna just cut me off and you mix. I got a cousin, knowing damn well anybody could see and looking at me. But the thing is, it was the hope because they wanted me to join in talking about dark-skinned black women. Because that's all the hell they would do. Now they want to talk about like they got an issue with this ganging up on women and it's a gender thing. But it was okay though when it was black women. It was okay to sit when you're sitting with passport bros or when black men saying that was or that was okay. That was okay. But if you're talking about them, then it's a problem. It's a gender war. It's an insensitivity. It's an inconsideration. Mm-hmm. It was okay. Yeah, I'm like peeping this, like this is rather interesting, and I dare them to come say something because I put all that out there. I dare them to try to come at me, to expose the total hypocrisy. But let them do their thing.
Even though that we provide services, the super was harassed by my employer right.
Now listen, we care about women. Oh gosh, I witnessed even certain mixed women over there being straight up attacked as women, on their femininity even being attacked as women. Nothing was said. Like now, let's say we care about women being okay.
After that, I work for a white, black, and S2 minority.
Encouraging that stuff. I'm like, this is rich, but let them do their thing.
Groups. I'm Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I worked in February as a panelist in a function sponsored by the Association of the Study of Black Life and History in Detroit. I said that I belong to two minority groups. I'm Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I work for a white school district. The superintendent is white. All the associate superintendents are white, even though that we provide services to 30% black population. But the organization is white and the approach is very white. The attitude towards me changed completely after I went out publicly and rejected my white classification. One coworker came to me and told me, a white coworker came to me and told me right after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over. He said, you have nothing to do with these people. You have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle.
See that? So how many others have been told something like this?
You have nothing to do with them. These people lie and steal. When I see one of them in my neighborhood, I call the police.
You see? Now, this is what's being filled in his head. This is what's being filled in his head. I'm not saying that that's an excuse to go for it, but they were hoping that he would be flattered by that. They were hoping, they actually saw, because there are some people, think that hearing other women get put down, like Alondria, they think that that's a compliment to them. Because that's about their low self-esteem. And so, of course, I don't excuse those who totally go for that, but I see them on individual cases. I'm not going to, attack a whole group of people, whether they're foreign, whether they're mixed, because, there are individuals, sad to say, who, they believe that that's a compliment. These people, instead of just focusing on his greatness, but these other people, even though they look like you or they look similar to you, but they still, and they this and that. And see, they was hoping that he wouldn't want to. But this man is also an educator, so obviously he is of a more intelligent, and obviously he doesn't have the insecurities.
Intendant, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over.
Yeah, but I could understand. If he decided, I could at least say I could understand in this case. if he was like, kept his mouth shut, let's say, and just whatever, I'll, white on my ID or whatever. I can understand. I don't have to agree with things to understand. Some of these people today, I ain't trying to hear that shit. But yeah. So he's being told, these people, like Black Americans, those who are considered Black, definitely in the Americas, they lie, they steal, they this and that and that. So why would you want to even be? So they were expecting for him to fully assimilate. And it was not about a thing of him denying his ethnicity or heritage or even his original nationality, but for him to be, assimilated to American, the United States. They wanted him to, fully assimilate, which obviously required him totally rejecting even Blackness, despite his phenotype that would have had him racially categorized as Black. Definitely by United States standards of 1970s and 80s. Yeah. See, if the bottom line is they couldn't deny he was born in Egypt. And let's say if his students like, but you're Black. Yeah. So that's why,
He said, you have nothing to do with these people. You have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle. They have...
See, they say that and that's another thing too, saying that Black Americans have no culture. We're just Black. We're Black by race and we're Black by ethnicity. So what do they mean by Black culture then? Do you understand? So they have other people feeling. Now, there may be some FBA agents who are going to take what I say and run with it. Well, you see, Lashee, this is why we need that. This is why there's the need for the ethnogenesis. Okay, maybe. Okay, I could initially, like I said, I was hearing, all right, FBI, all right. But no, I'm not going along. We got to be considerate of what, and also, especially with me knowing that we are of Yasharel, I'm not going along with, I'd rather just stay Black then, despite me believing that it's something a little more esoteric. And you got to understand, when they decided to call us Black, it was to represent gloom, doom, death, and doom. It was not just about our melanin. But in the United States, yeah, so what it is that other people of these other countries, when they call themselves Dominican, it is not necessarily about rejecting themselves as Black as a race. That's not always the case. In some cases, yeah, it may be. But just because a person say Jamaican, it's that they're acknowledging, even if they were born in the United States, and let's say their parents were born in Jamaica or Guyana or whatever, they are acknowledging more so their ethnicity. That's the way of, they understand that they represent another, and even with Arab. Or Latinas. They're both of these people are quote unquote Black. Like that's why I have Black over both of their bodies. But to the right, she is Latina. She is or Black Latina or Afro Latina. Whereas on the left, it's just Black. Because Black in the United States is not only seen by race, but it's also, and what is considered, well, we could definitely say in 1980s, Black race would have also included, as United States biracial, but the census has changed. Things change over time, right? And when conveniently, they're changed by the powers that be. There was a time when Negro, there was a time when colored, and there was a time when there was a, mulatto categorization. But we got to consider, so you cannot say that Rosa Parks is not part of Black history when at that time, how Black was defined. Nobody is literally Black or white. but what was black meant at that time. It was also not only representing race, but ethnicity. Well, she wasn't born, well, she was Negro. Yeah, I believe when Rosa Parks was born, I'm going to assume it was Negro. Okay. Now, I definitely believe me being born in the early mid 70s, black. I believe that's what I would find, black and Negro, on my application, on my birth certificate. I noticed my grandchild didn't have race on her birth certificate. I just looked at it. That's interesting. Yeah, so a lot of times they're saying their ethnicity. It's more to do with their heritage, the culture, the language they speak, the food they eat, and definitely when we're talking like Arab. But I told y'all the origin of Arab. I would also put that in the category of ethnicity, but they seem to be more so linked by religion. Some ethnicities are linked more so by language, others are linked more so by ethnicity. And I think in the United States, the only way I would see the mulattoes, those who would have been categorized as mulattoes, or who categorize themselves as mulattoes, only way that I think that would be recognized is if there was something that did distinguish them from their monoracial parents, like language. I think that with the Latinos, they're seen of a separate ethnicity over here. The ethnicity is acknowledged, the Latinos, because the Spanish language is not that's not the primary language of the United States. It's the second language. So I think that's why their ethnicity is acknowledged more so. That's what I think. Now, what's interesting, like I said, if I were to say, of course, I know that not all people who are of Creole descent are necessarily mixed or mixed looking. But I would say that from what I've learned, that they have a culture that is distinct, and it goes a little further back. Yeah, I could see people, like, let's say, because you do have certain what I learned in YouTube is MGM families. Like, okay, for instance, Vanessa Williams' parents, both of her parents, I would not say that that they are biracial. Yeah, by DNA, but when it comes to like ethnicity, but I will say, yeah, because you do have some of these people where they're like mixed families that go way back. Where just, you have these people, may started off, one black parent, one white parent, but they've mixed over time, and like with some of those of the Creole, yeah. You do have some of those where they just stuck with people that look like them. But then, can they say that their culture and heritage is all that separate from the monoracials? I don't think But yeah, that's where an ethnogenesis. Yeah, it is obvious that the Black American is distinct. There is a distinction. The Black American from the Black Jamaican, obviously there is a distinction. Because like I said, when I was a child, and this was in the 70s, like 5 years old, it was on the south side of Chicago, and it was a Jamaican family. It was nothing but black people in the neighborhood. Black people, dark skin, light skin, just black people. But the first time, and I had, been, over friends' houses in the neighborhoods, because back then you knew your neighbors and everything. And when I was over, a friend's house across the street from ours, and the friend, I didn't know the family was Jamaican, this Jamaican family. And that was my first time experiencing like a culture that seemed different. Yeah, the way they ate, yeah, it was different. And of course, we know even with Black Americans that, not all people eat like those from the South. We know, even if we go to different cities, like people talk about there's the New York style pizza, or the way that Chicago, make, there's a Philly chili dog or whatever. So yeah, I understand that. We could break it down even further. But yeah, like people feel that there has been an ethnogenesis. Okay, Tom Jones says you should study the history of the U.S. Census and how North Africans, including people from the Levant, fight to be classified as white. I've heard about that. I believe I've heard about that. Yes, that's no surprise. I do know that there are those, they don't want to be, like, for instance, there are certain people who would be considered Nilotic and Cushitic. They don't want to be considered Cushitic any longer. They know Cushi meaning black, and Cushite, Cushy meaning black, and they don't want to be seen. I remember learning that. Like, they even prefer the term Abyssinian, but anything, they don't want to be called Cushite or Cushitic, considering the indigenous people of Kush and what Kush, came to, mean, the meaning. Burnt face, Ethiop. Right, like in the case of right, exactly. They know that he's Egyptian, and I can imagine him talking about Egypt. They hear he has a different accent. They hear, yeah, and they ask where he's from, Egypt, and then his students being like, wait, but you're black. This is confusing. Are you telling me there's black people in Egypt? See, and this was the 70s and 80s. They couldn't have that. Yeah, and I'm gonna just play a little more from Mustafa Hefni, and I'm gonna close this down. I know this is, oh my gosh, no matter what, I'm always up in here a long time. It always minimum of 4 hours. And I'll be thinking, oh, I'll be able to talk about this in 1 hour. But where's and it just never happens.
You have nothing to do with them. One coworker came to me and told me, a white coworker came to me and told me right after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't
Now, this is in the 80s.
keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over. He said, you have nothing to do with these people. You have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle. You have nothing to do with them. These people lie and steal. When I see one of them in my neighborhood, I call the police. And I was told by the director of general education, who's retired now, in 88, I was told by him that I get people angry when I say that I'm black Egyptian. If I just say that I'm Egyptian, I would get along. I have to add that I was denied promotion twice because I chose black classification. This is part of my 2 lawsuits against my employer, which are currently pending. 2 lawsuits.
Now, just for the education.
I hope he's okay, because it's like he just disappeared. I was following him on Facebook and stuff, and I didn't know he had a YouTube channel up in here. But it's like kind of like he's just kind of faded and disappeared after hearing that he was trying. Yeah. Last time I'm seeing anything, it says 5 years ago.
Education of our viewership, why don't you share with us a breakdown of Egypt as it is today, insofar as blacks or combinations thereof of European descent and what have you?
We don't have Egyptians of European descent in Egypt. We have a population which is basically which is basically a mixture of ancient Egyptian blacks who intermarried with Arabs right after the Arab conquest.
Remember, he is an educator, all right? He's an educator. He's a teacher. So he knows, he's educated, okay? So it's not like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Which is basically a mix. We have a population which is basically which is basically a mixture of ancient Egyptian blacks who intermarried with Arabs right after the Arab conquest. The ancient Egyptian population was brown and black.
And understand, Arab Forgive me for interrupting and being rude. But Arab, like I said, in the origin, like in the scriptures, Arab just been like mixed, came from word Arab, like mixed. It can also mean wanderer, but mixed, wanderer like traveling man, but mixed as in mixed nations, mixed lineages, not necessarily mixed race, because I do believe I'm going to assume the original Arabs consisted of the descendants of Ishmael, Edom, it eventually mixing with Edom, Moabites, Ammonites, going by biblical names. That's what I'm going to assume. Them coming together, the Edomites, the Ishmaelites with the Edomites, Moabites. Mostly, I would say mostly Shemitic. Like who was another? I think the Samaritans, weren't they also like a kind of a mix of but anyways,
before the Arab conquest, blacks who intermarried with Arabs,
even with the original Arabs, and I could show you some artwork paintings and stuff, they were black and brown,
a mixture of ancient Egyptian blacks who intermarried with Arabs right after the Arab conquest. The ancient Egyptian population was brown and black before the Arab conquest. But before the Arab conquest came the Greeks. It was the ancient Egyptian population was in Egypt for thousands of years. The ancient Egyptian population was brown and black. And the Greeks came in 300 BC, and they started to intermarry with the local population. And then the Romans came and ruled from 70 BC until they were conquered by the Arabs and kicked out by the Arabs in the 7th century. And these people intermarried with the Egyptian Copts, and they made the pigmentation of the Egyptians, the Copts, much lighter because of this intermarriage with Europeans.
Now, you're an educator, okay? Now, how do you deal with situations when you practice your profession insofar as dealing with the mythology or the misconceptions about Egypt being a white civilization? How do you deal with that?
This is a big problem because Egypt, the ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black.
Yes, and I acknowledge by race they were black. Were they of the same lineage as we? No, I do not believe that. Okay, I know y'all may disagree with me, but they were a different black people. I do believe predominantly Shemitic. This is what I believe, although I do believe that there was some Shemitic, to me, 1B, eventually, but that was still black. Do you understand? I'm talking just racially. I'm not just talking lineage. I'm not just talking ethnicity. I'm talking by racial categorization, going by some of the earlier manners of categorizing race. And I've shown this and breaking it down in my Ancient Egypt series, going through cranial indices, going through skeletal analysis, going through cross-section hair trichometry, and even some DNA matchups. I've shown that they would have definitely been put, and even going by descriptions of historians, and I ain't just talking black historians. I go to older sources though, like usually before the 20th century, going by the descriptions of course, like Herodotus and more. Going by the paintings, the carvings, the reliefs. Okay. And the mummy, and also examining mummies. Okay. In my 12-part series, originally 12 parts, I go through all that they definitely would have been put in the racial categorization of quote unquote black, even quote unquote Negro, even going by how they define Negro once upon a time. However, I do not believe that we are the same quote unquote black people, even if, Africoid.
According to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars.
In other words, I don't believe this black man is of the same Y DNA haplogroup as the, let's say, African American or that Bantu speaking person of Africa. That's my opinion.
Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th.
In other words, this man may be predominantly Shemitic, but I don't know, because over time Egypt became Shemitic. But yeah, he may be a Hamitic-Shemitic mixture, both black though, for the most part. Yeah. Oh, and real quick, let me peek over here. See this here? Getting back to what he's saying. Now, this is footage. Now, actually, this footage came from one of these like Smithsonian channels or something. But they, when they do these restorations of old footage and videos, so some of this footage came from, and I noticed that in the footage that they were showing, that the majority of these people that were being shown in this old footage, now you had some Turkic-looking people more so in the marketplace who appear to have lighter skin, and I can show you where they got this much of this video. But I noticed even in what they were sharing here from like this Smithsonian, this is the, so if you had all these black folks even back then in the 1920s, how do you think they look BC time, thousands of years ago? How do you think they look? 5,000, 6,000 years. How do you think they look 4,000 years ago, 500 years ago? If in the 1920s, in the 20th century, and okay, since some may say that this is an Afrocentric channel, okay, where did they, I know where they had got that, it was this here, from the Metropolitan, the Met channel. Yeah, so this isn't no Afrocentric channel. That's where they got a lot of this footage from. And I showed y'all before. You seeing all of these, this is a video that was made in the 1920s. It's a silent film. The plow used to eat, yeah. And look, notice how even with the hieroglyphs that they're showing, the people look rather dark. Even in black and white, they don't even, look ruddy like, like we're used to seeing. But look, they're showing all these dark people. Now, this is them after. Now, no, they don't look exactly like us. But understand, this is thousands of years. This is over, 1,000 after Roman Grecian conquest, over 1,000 years. And if they still looking like this in 1920, how the heck do you think they look? Like in 20 BC. That's very telling. Okay, now we see some more ruddier looking. Look at the hair on this I see B2B even. So how do you think they were looking? And even so, even with what you saw, did that look like a dark Caucasian? Even if the person you saw, would you even say that that's a dark Caucasian? Like when you saw the excavation, the King Tut tomb and the photos and stuff. Who's at my door? Hold on. I might be in this house alone. Give me a second. Somebody's at my door. It may not be no one here to answer it. But I'll play out Mustafa Hefni. Let me just continue to play it.
Century and in the 20th century. And the scholar century, Egypt, the ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars. Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century. And the scholar who is responsible for this is Seligman, the noted anthropologist from England, Seligman. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. white supremacy had one dilemma until Seligman came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that.
Now, remember, I talked about Seligman, I believe, in my video series. I talk more about Seligman and his theory, I believe, in my video series, Debunking Theories of Evolution, where I talk a little more about Seligman. I can't think offhand which one exactly.
Intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. Scholar who is responsible for this, and the scholar who is responsible for this is Seligman, the noted anthropologist from England, Seligman. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. White supremacy had one dilemma until Seligman came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that, including Aristotle and Plato. 10 of them said that in writing.
And I'm sure
they had this dilemma. Ancient Egyptian was black. So if blacks are inferior intellectually and are incapable of building a civilization, how come the ancient Egyptians built a civilization? Seligman found the solution for this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the Hamite theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hamites. So Seligman...
Now we know, now remember, before then, they were teaching, because that's why you had some of the most atrocious actions of racism, even after slavery, post-slavery. Because during slavery, they were teaching that, remember they were teaching that, we were the cursed children of Ham, right? Now we were Hamitic. We were the cursed children of Ham, Canaan. That's what they were teaching. But now, post-slavery, now they're, what? In fact, then we'd have to attribute these civilizations. See, before, it wasn't about us being of a so-called lower intelligence. Supposedly, we were under the curse of Ham. But now, and then they went from that to pre-Adamic teachings, that we weren't descendants of Ham, Shem, Ham, or Japheth. And the descendants of Ham are now dark Caucasians. Whereas before, there was no such thing as a dark Caucasian. Even if they didn't consider them white yet.
Seligman in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he created this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the Hamite theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hamites.
And that includes the Cushites. Even though Cushi, they still use that term as a derogatory term to black people. That's the N word. But now you have people, there are some people, like in the Horn of Africa, in North Africa, who don't even want to be called a Cushite no more.
So Seligman saved white supremacy from this dilemma, and all the white scholars followed him from that time on. This was at the end of the 19th century. And since that time, white scholarship says that ancient Egypt is white.
Mustafa Hefni is currently working on his doctorate degree at Wayne State University. His dissertation topic is,
this is old though,
a content analysis of the treatment of ancient Egypt in world history textbooks. And just how far is this determined Egyptian willing to go to be classified black?
I want to carry my case all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court if necessary.
Just a few more things with him. One or two more things with him. Yeah, so you see, this is serious. And it's interesting how he's just disappeared. I haven't heard anything from him. Seemed like he was still very active. But the last thing you see was 5 years ago, and I haven't seen anything in Facebook. Give me a second, y'all. Oh yeah, this is something awesome.
So they couldn't mix with us. اصليين اصليين اللي هم السمر، انما البيض اللي كلهم you see I explained to him about the Nubians and the Egyptians. They were not white, they are black Africans. So he say now ليه هنا الناس لسه سمر في الصعيد وفي بحري بيض. He said the people in Lower East, most of them, they are not Egyptians. They are Greeks, Francois.
My complexion is as dark as most black.
Not. Classifying Egyptian immigrants as white while some of them are not.
I'm a black man, as you see. My complexion is as dark as most black Americans, and my features are African. And I don't understand why I'm classified as white.
Experts say that the white supremacists in the past did so to justify their claim that blacks were subhuman. And that's why they consider ancient Egyptians white.
But they have an axe to grind, they have a position to support. This position has nothing at all to do with science, it has to do with ideology and politics. The position is that of white supremacy. So that position would be inconsistent with the data of a Egypt that invented civilization, that gave most of the systems in the civilized world to humanity. If those people were black, then white supremacy has nothing to stand on. It's based.
Right, exactly. So the theories and what's keeping them puffed up with pride, they have to believe that, well, this is from my series. I'm trying to, it's just something in specific that I'm trying to, yeah, this is from 1987, Mustafa Hefny. Dear Mr. Hefny, be advised that the Michigan Department of Education collects, race, let me see. Yeah, him being denied
classification on the race ethnic identification card. Be advised that failure to do so will have serious repercussions for your on race and ethnicity in federal programs and administration. Be advised and that his skin is darker. Now, you can go to his Facebook page, Mustafa Hefny, to read his letter to the president. But let me read to you the letter in which he was initially given to him from his employer back in 1987. Now, this was a letter warning him of termination. Dear Mr. Hefny, be advised that the Michigan Department of Education collects racial and ethnic data as prescribed in Directive Number 15, Race and Ethnic Standards for Federal Statistics and Administrative Reporting. This directive provides standard classification for record keeping, collection, and presentations of data on race and ethnicity in federal program administrative reporting and statistical activities. According to this directive, a white person is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, North Africa, or the Middle East. Since you come from Egypt, a North African and Middle Eastern country, you are white, not black. You are directed to change your classification on the race ethnic identification card. Be advised that failure to do so will have serious repercussions for your career and will constitute insubordination, which may result in suspension and discharge. This is from Human Resources.
That's a letter he literally got from Human Resources. This is 1987. Well, I know I was born, but many of you millennials were already born. This is the late 80s, y'all. This is the late 80s, before the conscious era, right around the cusp of the conscious era of hip hop. This is the late 80s. And I can't even imagine, like 1987, this is what This is a letter. This is late 1987. This is a letter that he received. So there are no telling how many people here from Somalia, from North Africa, Northeast, like the one who are listed as Caucasian. You know. So how many people, from Somalia over in the United States, but they're listed as Caucasian. So the numbers for the Caucasian race in this country might be more inflated. You say you used to go over under Alonso. So that's just something that now he's showing the receipts. The last thing I'm gonna share with y'all from my Ancient Egypt series. But this was also okay. What documentary did this come from? I think I stated here. Okay, I'm gonna re-upload this series. I know I keep saying it, but I just feel the time got to be right. Now originally this series I was able to garner like at least in part 1 like 40,000 views, I think. Definitely part 8 for whatever reason where I talked about DNA. That got the most views, and I used to get comments like every day back in my original channel. I used to get comments. I had to come in with comments every single day with part 8 for some reason, where it's more specific on DNA. But this is from part 2, just from part 2, just giving an idea of race and and this here. Okay, what was this? Did I share what documentary this came from? It was actually, a lot of people don't know, put together. It was a series. I don't use this image no more because I say, wait a minute, this look a little too. I don't use this image because it was actually part of a GIF I had put together, but it was a lightning thing, and I know it was a lightning that went over one eye. I said I don't like using this image no more. But yeah, this is the old picture of me. But anyways, I used to like it because it looked like I was thinking. But this documentary, come to find out, but anyways.
Despite the admixture.
Let's change the criteria for defining race. For example, 1 drop of Negro blood in America makes you a Negro, no matter how light the skin.
You hear that? It changed the criteria.
The admixture.
Let's change the criteria for defining race. For example, 1 drop of Negro blood in America makes you a Negro, no matter how light the skin.
Yes, when reporting ancient African history, reverse the standard. No matter how dark the skin, woolly the hair, or thick the lips, you don't have to be a Negro.
So you see, you heard that. No matter, well, I know on my original upload I try to put sources, but see, no matter in America, this is how it was, even though they're changing again. They since 2000, it's a whole new agenda. Now biracials can be mulatto again. They can be separate. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what's that about. Is it about white folks giving consideration to both of their parents, or is it maybe it's about something else? But anyways, and they could do that, and maybe it's time, perhaps, but yeah, especially if we got to understand that not all biracial people in the United States would consider themselves Black by ethnicity. Even you got to think about that. Let's say if you were raised by your white parent, or let's say your Caucasian Jewish parent, and that's the ethnicity that you were, you had a bar mitzvah and everything. Let's say, could we say that they were really part of the Black American ethnicity? Even, that's something to think about. Now, how they would be seen by race, but it is different now. It is a different time. At least with those who have been born definitely after the year 2000, when the census changed, even.
Despite the admixture.
Let's change the criteria for defining race. For example, 1 drop of Negro blood in America makes you a Negro.
So in America, we're going to change the criteria for race. In America, 1 drop of Negro blood, definitely this was the case after World War II, is going to make you a Negro. However, when we're talking about
no matter how light the skin.
No matter how light the skin, right?
Yes, when reporting ancient African history, reverse the standard.
However, when reporting ancient African history, reverse the standard.
No matter how dark the skin, woolly the hair, or thick the lips, you don't have to be a Negro.
So, no matter how dark the skin, woolly the hair, thick the lips, you don't have to be a Negro. And what they consider a Negro or a Bantu or whatever they want to call, whatever term. You get it? And is this really about respecting ethnicity? I don't think so. I think it's something, even with this, if you believe that, then you also believe that FBA is about pursuing making the delineation and clarification with the hopes of preserving culture and pursuing reparations. Bullshit. Okay? Bullshit. All right. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. What the people from, are they Asian? Especially when you consider this, would they be the people from India? Even if, yeah, and it's obvious. We all know India and their caste system, their color caste system. We all know. And see, this is also what they've done, like with ancient Egypt over time. So, to help, of course, they make sure to dilute the population. So, of course, we're going to look at what we believe we see today, or at least what they're showing us in Egypt today. And yeah, so it makes sense, right? How could, when we look at what we see today, right? Like, you would not believe in Portugal. There's no way. And understand, these are not just individuals they're showing. They're showing them together. Look at this. So this tells me that the majority of people in Egypt at least had dark skin. Now they all have their heads covered, so I can't really see all their hair texture. But this is telling me that the majority of people, and I notice though, the people get lighter as they get to the marketplace in Cairo. That's where I see. But the masses of the everyday people in Egypt, they are apparently darker skinned, definitely darker than myself. Hold on. But I noticed that as they, okay, like I'm trying to see. Now I'm also trying to see the features. Now the features are not, with a lot of them, not exactly like our features, but they definitely had dark skin. And when I do see the hair looked curlier. So this is the 1920s. So how do you think they look? Look, okay, I can see this black boy's face a little. I don't know if y'all can see it. Or this Egyptian boy's face. So if this is how they were looking in the 1920s, how the heck were they looking in 20 AD? Now, right here, I definitely see some Negro features here, although I do see look a little more Turkic. But I notice as they go more into the marketplace in Cairo, now I'm seeing some more, like lighter skin and some people who look more, I guess, if you want to say Turkic Arab. But that's as they go more into the marketplace. And I noticed that they have the hats and stuff are different. Like they're dressed a little differently. And they're wearing, like they're more likely to wear fezzes. Now this appears to be a mixed man. Yeah, these children here. Yeah, I noticed as they went into the marketplace, I'm seeing lighter skin and what appears to be more mixed in the market for whatever reason. Also, the attire, the headdress and the attire is different. You notice that. but the people who are wearing these like turbans, they have darker skin. But in the marketplace, they're dressed a little different and they have lighter skin. And if you want to say more Caucasoid or Turkic features, rather. However, the masses of people, yeah, in this video, yeah, they tend to have darker skin. And it was like this complexion you see here, like it's the majority. Now, unless it's just a thing, people with darker skin just naturally, like as if they just made for working in the field or something. Okay, here's a man who looks more like a darker, like Turkic man. And I do understand that black and white film and photos can kind of, but what I'm picking up is that they definitely were darker. We could definitely say that were of a darker complexion. Definitely not what you would usually typically see today. So if even in the 1920s, they look like this, at least when we're looking at the skin, how the heck do you think they look? How do you think they were looking? And this is
100 years.
Thousands of years after there's been all this, you had the Roman, Grecian, and yet you still had people looking like this, representing the majority in 1920s. Now, how the heck do you think they look years ago? That's the point I'm making. So that tells you, just like, well, I don't know. Let me see. I don't know what this video is. Yeah. That should tell you that there has been an effort to purposely whiten out. Again, why would Benjamin Franklin, why would he say in his writings from 1735 to 1753, in his writings, page 349, why the heck did he say all Africa is black or tawny? Tawny's like, think of the Khoisan people. Asia chiefly tawny. America exclusively of the newcomers, holy soul. And in Europe, now we're talking Europe. We're talking Western Europe even. The Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally called what we call a swarthy meaning dark skin complexion, as are the Germans also. What? I do not think swarthy in any manner when I think of German people today. But he's saying at that time, and this wasn't even 300 years ago. This is well after 1492, well after the purge of black people out of Europe, well after over 100 years after, hundreds of years after the Moors were expelled. But yet, from Iberia, along with the quote-unquote Jews out of Iberia, yet and still, it's not even 300 years ago. He's saying that the majority, he said that in general, that the German people were swarthy except for the Saxons. He said the Saxons only accepted. Who would the English make the principal body of the white people on the face of the earth? Because understand, in 70, you got to understand, they weren't considering he's saying, and Benjamin Franklin was able to travel So he knows. So he's saying the only white people were the English at that time and the Saxons of that time in Germany. He said those were the only white people, the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. So he was saying, so why should we increase the sons of Africa? Oh, but I thought we ain't had nothing to do. I thought Africans weren't brought here in America. I thought most of us weren't brought here. But he says, why increase the sons of Africa by planting them? Now I know that there was a migration that we didn't just, I don't believe we originated in West Africa, but that's a whole nother story. But I'm just saying, we were taken, many of us were taken from Africa, and some directly from Iberia, some directly from Portugal. Why increase the sons of Africa, he says. Okay, but of course, you believe that he said increase the sons of Africa, meaning you had sons of Africa already in the United States. But of course, y'all want to believe that we ain't got nothing to do with Africa. But this is Benjamin Franklin writing. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? Now, red as in, like mahogany skinned Native Americans, I'm assuming, not no pink. But perhaps I am partial or biased to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. So you had black people all over. You had melanated, swarthy people all over. That's Benjamin Franklin, and he clearly says here that they would be increasing the sons of Africa, meaning that they were already over here. For those who want to say, and this is why Benjamin Franklin was against. Now, in school, when I was a kid, I was taught that Benjamin Franklin was against slavery, almost as if he was an abolitionist. But I was like, wait, that didn't make sense, because slavery continued even, well after his death. No, he just didn't want more black people brought over here because he was afraid of a blackening out. Just that's what I believe they're doing, even with the propaganda about, those from Morocco. They're sending signals. He just didn't want, he wanted for the new world in what was now, what became the United States. Now, of course, this is before 1776. When he wrote this is Benjamin Franklin. Why on earth? And why I see white folks trying to get a little explanation. Oh, no, he meant like olive. No. You see he said swarthy. He said the Germans. He said the people of Germany. He called them swarthy, dark-skinned. So this tells you that even in Europe, in Western Europe even. So I wouldn't automatically, just because you may see, even with your DNA test, there's no telling how far back that DNA goes. Right, and I've yeah, and if we were to talk about the indigenous people of India, the Dravidian, I believe that they are descendants of Elamites. You've had over time, like with the Hindu population, you've had over time a whitening out. You've had Aryan, Hurrian. You've had Aryan people in India, but if you look at the indigenous people, and these are kind of most of these photos are comparatively recent. Look at the bottom, East Indians. Now those are people, these are modern folk over there. At the bottom, you see on the left, people of more direct Dravidian descent. I believe that these people may be descendants of Elamite, and mixed with Cushite. But today you have those of the Aryan, or indigenous people of Hawaii left, What you may see today on your right, indigenous Polynesians, or more indigenous, and that's not even all that indigenous. These photos ain't that old in comparison. But you're more likely to see Polynesian people on the right, or at least what they will present to you. More indigenous Filipinos on the left, and that ain't that old of a. However, these people, they're very much a minority now, because there has been a whitening out, going from continent to continent, making everybody have the same complexion. It's just that when it comes to eye color and hair color, yeah, those traits are very dominant. Melanated eyes and hair, like curly hair as well, but melanated eyes and hair is very dominant. So, it'll take a minute before the eyes get lighter. Because I remember when I was younger, what you see with Bollywood, if you would have asked me to draw a picture when I was a kid and color it, let's say back in the early 80s of a person from India, I would not. What I see today, like I knew it was a coworker I had. She was really cool. We were friends. She was from India. She had the dot on her forehead and everything. She was a coworker of mine. When I was just had a little job, assistant teacher at the Y. No, that woman was darker than me. What they showing you today with Bollywood, it's not how I saw people. I'm not saying they didn't exist, but yeah, like it was somebody, East India, like, man, remember the movie Indiana Jones and oh, I'm sorry, y'all can't see what I'm sharing. So I'm noticing how people are changing just within 20, 30 years. I'm seeing how people can change. I'm seeing that just within 20, 30 years, how people can change, how a population. Let me see. I was a kid like 40 years ago, but I'm seeing how just within a couple of decades. Now I know this is what Bollywood presents. They probably, someone like her probably don't even represent the majority. I don't know. But notice how everybody's beginning to look Latina. Whether they're Arab, everybody's beginning to look like they could pass for a Mexican, or you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but when I was younger, like just like with the Simpsons, the cartoon Apu, even though it's voiced by a white man, but that's how, a lot of East Indians look. Yeah, they had the straight hair, they had the straight hair, but they definitely had darker skin and just looked different, Whereas now, this is today. But I remember also when I was in school, like in high school, learning about the British in India. So fast forward to today, and so fast forward to today. And this is India. This would be an East Indian woman today. This would be an East Indian woman today. Fast forward to today. That's not how, that's not what I would typically think of, when I was a kid But that's what you will see today. Look at this here. This looks like a straight up European woman. And they're saying this is a Bollywood actress. Now, maybe they're having cosmetic surgery. I don't know. But this on the left, look at this. I would think that this was a woman, like maybe a Grecian, this is like a straight European woman right here. I would think that this woman, like maybe like maybe Mediterranean. I would just think straight up what I'm seeing up here in this top right, on the right. You can tell me, like when I was younger, that was a person of India. But I see how things can change even within a short amount of period of time. It'll take a while before you see some blonde hair and blue eyes, because dark hair, melanated eyes, and melanated hair, that's very dominant. That's a very dominant trait. So that may take some time. That may take some decades. But remember, the people who are, colonizers, India, the British, but even before that, the Aryan. But yeah. But anyways, I'm all over the place once again. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've seen it's just, yeah, this is what they want to present to you. You're absolutely right. Yeah, oh yeah, the darker skinned people, they're definitely still there. I have not been to India, but I know this. I don't even have to be there to know this. Now some of these photos may be old, but wait, where am I? Some of these photos might be old. But oh yeah. Now some of these people in India, okay, this is Saliga, Dravidian man. Now they're not even saying that he is, let me see. Of course, this is an old picture. I'm not trying to go to any images that might be AI. Let's say Saliga. But know that, however, do we have Yasharel more specifically in India? Yes, we do. They are, see, we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, but we don't talk about the slave trade. Those who I believe are descendants of Esau on the East Coast Africa, like some of the E1B1Bs selling our people into, yeah. For instance, the city people of India. I definitely know that these are who were sold into, these are our people. Male haplogroup or Y-DNA haplogroup E1B1A. I know that, I would know this. Yeah, because these were people. You see the similar features? And yes, we range in various complexions. That ain't about necessarily no admixture, because those people in India are rather, the more indigenous people are rather dark. But these are our people, because it's said that our people, more specifically Judah, would be scattered to the four corners of earth. So these are most definitely our people. We talk about the slaves that were shipped, transported from over became the Atlantic Ocean, but we don't talk about those who were, sent east, if you will. These are the city people of India, as I've talked about before. They're not Dravidian, even if there may have been some mixing, but a community forgotten, the city. If I'm saying it, city, it's spelled Siddi. I may be pronouncing it wrong. Maybe it's CD. But yeah, these are our people. And see, as we're coming to this awakening and acknowledgement, they want us to be divided. As our people have been scattered. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that. Now, why do we think every continent, country There are those who some would refer to as Bantu or Negro or whatever. There's this mistreatment. Doesn't that make y'all curious? Do you think we're just bad people? Don't it make you curious? Why is it a more specific group of darker skinned people with more specific features? And why is it that should make you curious to know that something is up? Is this really just about our complexion? Is it really just about, or is it perhaps something a little more? That should make you want to know, because that's what I wanted to know. And I'm so glad that now I do know. So that's another reason too, being that I know better. That's another reason also, as a city family, that I can't go with this FBA rhetoric, what they want to call an ethnogenesis. Because I know better. And it all makes sense once you do know better who we are as Yasharel worldwide. It makes sense. And when you learn history, it makes sense. Oh yeah, this is a family of India, city people. It makes sense. It makes so much sense. Yes, Deuteronomy speaks of the curses, but also speaks of the blessings. And then we get understanding of what happened, why it seemed like it's a specific group of people. They want you to believe that it's just about this concocted idea of race. It wasn't just about no phenotype, because as I told you, now one of the main instigators, Esau, Edom, and he was not originally white. It's something much deeper. Ephesians 6:12, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Again, hold on. And I'm going to end it with this. Yeah, so I acknowledge ethnicities. I have to do, I have to consider. I want us to get to a point where we acknowledge that we are not white or black, but Yasharel. But in the meantime, considering the law of the land and how we are categorized by the authorities that be, I'll just take it from the King James Version. And then when you learn history and let me get the King James Version of it, since so many people are familiar against that. Remember, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And that's what we got to understand. So they concocted this whole idea of race and black versus white. It wasn't about our skin. It's about something a little more esoteric. I mean, something a little more, it's really about who we are. And the idea, what I'm saying, I'm not saying esoteric is spiritual, but I'm just saying when they put these tags on it, it was something more esoteric for, some of these people on earth. But it's actually something more spiritual that goes way, way back. People coming together, different groups of people coming together, certain instigators coming together to form a conglomerate against our people. Okay? Or a conglomerate. A confederacy. No, not a conglomerate. That's a business. It's kind of the same when you think about it. But a confederacy against our people. Okay, as spoken of in the scriptures. Okay, what was that? Psalms. And it started a long time ago, even way long before even 1492. Okay. And eventually, these people, they blended in with the people who sacked their civilizations, the barbarians, the Goths. They eventually, and how were they able so that they could be able to, and also benefit from their visage by blending in with them? And they made everything about black versus white, or white versus black, rather. Black plague, dark ages. These people, they're responsible for the Black Plague. They're responsible for Europe, 1/3 of Europeans. Yeah, it's something that was, oh yeah. So I'll get back with y'all. This has been great discussion. Enjoy your day, and much peace and much love, my family. Thanks for joining.